Well, that's a good start to my day. Appreciate that. Bauer Maggot, thank you for the 16 months and the kind words. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to the stream on this Tuesday. Oh, he's here, Scatter? All right. Scatter's in chat right now. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. We've got exciting things planned for today. Hold up. Exactly. Okay. Dude, I didn't read it. I was just listening. I actually didn't know that was going to happen. Oh my god. Okay, well, thank you for the 11 months. Patty, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate that. Thank you for the early support to the stream. Thank you. And Slay the Minion, thank you for the 7. Dude, I got. Anyways. Moving on. Not a sponsored message, not a paid subscription at all. Gadget McCoffee, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. Yeah, so the plan for today, guys, is 2 things. No podcast, because Farfa has a child, and apparently that makes you busy, which I guess is understandable. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to postpone the podcast to, I think it's Friday that we said we're gonna do it now, over on Farfa's channel. Because yeah, turns out the week is kind of busy. But that's fine. We're gonna do it on Friday. Today, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at Legacy of Destruction first week of regionals deck profiles. Okay, glad to hear that. Thank you for the 5 months. We're gonna check out some deck profiles from regionals in the first half of the stream. However many, I haven't checked the spreadsheet yet. I only know that some of them are some of, like, I'm sure we're gonna see some Tenpai have success at regionals, but I want to see if anything else is popping up here and there. So we're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna see how long that takes us. Depends on how many interesting things we have, right? And then since I had so much fun yesterday playing the Paleo deck, I figured, you know what, I'm just gonna play more of that, because we're also nearing the end of the month, obviously. I forgot, April is 30 days, right? Yeah, so it's literally the last day of the month. So maybe I want to try and I haven't made Master 1 yet this month, and we're going to see if we can hit it today. I don't think Paleo is going to be the fastest one to do that, but we'll see. I don't know how long the way is. Are we Master 3 or 2? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we're going to try and see how far we can get. Anyways, let's hop right in and guess some cards. No way, Paleo too slow? Nah, it's gonna be fine. Trust. Just don't lose. Just don't lose. I've never seen this card before. Litmus Doom. Oh, not that music. Okay, what is that? That one I feel like I may have seen. Oh, yes, double summon. What is this? Marincess? No. Sulfur Cord? Yeah. This is like 7 Swords. Is this 7 Swords Warrior? No. I've seen this one though. Guilford? Is it Guilford? No, it's the Shogun, right? Total Defense Shogun. That one. Some very old warrior. That was kind of throwing. I'll admit that. That's Scareclaw stuff. That Arrival? No. Is it Arrival? It is Arrival. Okay. What do we have here? Is that Trifor Tessops? I'm not sure. Oh, it is. Okay. Spirit Monster. Oh, the mirror. What is that? Is that Yaksha? It's not Yaksha, is it? No. Mirror of Yata. Mirror of Yata. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Right fur jar. Well, is that just hip ho shingen? No. Star Party? Star Power? Star Power. Ooh, this is Nephthys. I think this is the Link monster. This is the Link too, but what is it called? Sacred Flame? Preserver. Preserver? Where? Sacred Preserver. Okay. This one? Nope. That's a Gizmic. That's Inaba. That also looks very familiar. What is that? Oh yeah, that's Chiron. Or Chiron? I don't know. That's Cynet mining, isn't it? I know my Cynets. Yup. Easy as that. That is what is that? That was a common. Why do I know the rarity? It's like Chaos Mirage Dragon, yeah. Was that a common? I feel like it was a common. I feel like I remember pulling that as a common. Ooh, that's it's either Steeds or the other one. Thank God it's Steeds, because I don't know the name of the other one. Is it Ambush? Wind Ritual Art. Wait, Ritual Art. No, not Ritual Art. What am I saying? Wind Art Miyabi. Spiritual, not Ritual Art. That's Hero. Is it Nosp? No, it's something. It's Hero Rose. It's what? Poison Ivy? No. Elemental Hero Poison Rose. That one. I knew it had Rose. That's Twilight Sworn Jane. I think that's Worm King. Yeah. That's a megalith. But is that Bethor, the big dude? Yeah, he does look like that. Steel Swarm. Oh god, that's a little Steel Swarm. Who knows the name of the little Steel Swarm? Roach? Nope. I'll skip it. Yo, Pack, good morning. How early is it? Why are you awake? It is a Steel Swarm. I'm so angry. Gatekeeper. Yeah, we've been gatekept. Yo, thank you for the 25-month pack. Go to bed. Oh, I know this one too. I've seen it. Is this like isn't it something like, no, it's not super defense. Is it Crab Kong? Mighty Crobat, thank you for the 16. I don't know what that is. Time Thief. Well, I'm gonna try Fluffle Wings. No. Fluffle Bear. No. I need more. I need more info. Is that even a Fluffle? Surely that's a Fluffle. Oh, yeah. Rabbit. It's kind of hard when you can only see the wings. Tribe. Dwarf. Burden. No idea what that is. Nope. Chain ignition. Yeah. Ooh. Who is this? Oh, is that Bear Hug? It is Bear Hug. Okay, I forgot about Bear Hug. That's, oh god. Is that Yaksha? No, it has a Hasha. Not Yaksha, that's the one. Yeah, I knew it was just one word. Gen X. The little dude, Gen X. It searches at the end of the turn, I think. I don't know what it's called. It's a level 1. Power Planner. Some fish dude. I don't know what that's called. Eagle Shark. Advanced draw, maybe? No. Oh, it's assault mode activate. Right. Right. Who's this? Blue Flame Swordsman? No. Blue Dragon Ninja? That one. Peacock. Ah. That's Destiny and Dragoon. Oh, Necro Slime. Oh, I didn't need that zoom. Reckless Summon. I think. No, it's not. Oh, wait. No, it's not. It's a trap card. Is it this? Yeah. This looks like Virtual World. That is Virtual World. Oh, which one? Oh, which one is that? Qinlong? Is that the spell card, right? Yeah. Not another Evil Swarm or Steel Swarm. Not like this. This is one of the big ones. Hercules? Lunar Eclipse. Captain Gold! I hate when I click zoom and then I realize what it is. No idea what that is. More super heavies. Yep. No one asked for that. No, I don't know what that is. Hujaku. Yeah, okay. Is that boot sector? No, I really thought that was it. That is not boot sector launch? What is that? Huh? I still think it's boot sector launch. Boral regenerator. Okay. Never seen that. That's boot sector launch right there. What the hell? Why is it looks the same? Orchestrated. This is like this is the Orchest field spell that sucks. Is it Einsatz? Is that even a field spell? That's not fusion weapon. Then it's Dark Flare Knight. Dude, 98. No. Not like this. Not like this. Who is this? Who are you? No, I don't know. No, I don't know what that is. Oh, no. Because it wasn't fusion weapon, man. Oh, it was Dark Flare Knight. Dude. Game actually bugged, man. Game actually bugged. How is that not boot sector launch? What does boot sector launch look like? Nah. Dude! That's the same card, dude. They just put it from a different angle. Come on, man. Oh. It's the same picture, man. Dude, was it just me? Or were the first 5 minutes of this run absolutely trash and then we started cooking? I feel like the last 10 were insane. We had like 100 points after 5 minutes or something. It's just me? Okay, never mind then. I'm tilted. Weak early game, strong mid game, but late game fumble. Okay. Mods enable Fartfa. Dude. Farfa, on one day, please stop calling me weird names. Please stop calling me weird names. It's not funny. Farfa, the next day, in my chat, please enable Fartfa emote. Please. I'm begging. Ooh, a Dark Warrior. A Dark Warrior with high level, high attack, high defense, and relatively new, not an exceed. What are we looking at? High level Warrior. DPE? It could be DPE. From the stats, yeah. Yeah. Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer. It is a level 8, but it's not a fusion. It's not a fusion, and it's newer, older than 2021. Level 8 Dark Warrior. Higher attack than 2500, lower than 2100 defense, but higher than 1500. Link 8 Kappa. Okay. A Link 8 with more than 1500 defense, guys. What about, like, all the Black Luster stuff is 2500 defense, right? We don't have to be thinking like the evening Twilight or something. Like, that doesn't work, right? Yeah. That one doesn't work because they all have 2500 defense. Colossal Fighter is too old for this. It could be a level 8 synchro. What's a level 8 Dark Warrior synchro, though? That isn't, like, super old. Shuj. Does Colossal have an assault mode? Yeah, but, like, from also way back in the day. Yeah, that's 2009. That was also the assault modes are usually higher level than the original, so this one's level 10. I got this one in 4. Okay, give me a hint. Give me a hint without telling me what it is. Is this Escuri Dao? I think Escuri Dao is also too old for that. 2017. 2017. 2017. What's from 2017? Anki? Not Anki, but that's a good guess. But the year doesn't match and the defense points. Actually, it's not a good guess. It's actually not a good guess. A pendulum? It could be. What's a level 8 Dark Warrior pendulum, though? Witch Raider? I'm pretty sure that's not a warrior. Oh, it is a warrior. That's also just it. Okay, yeah. This one, I thought the Vision heroes were fiends. Oh no, that's the evil heroes that are fiends. Right. I thought this one was an evil hero. The only time I've ever seen this card was because it was meta in Duel Links. So I had no idea when this came out in the TCG. I just remember this card from Duel Links. I had no idea when this came out from like TCG perspective, so I couldn't really put it into a timeline, but I didn't think of it. Yeah. But that one was doable theoretically because that card was super good in Duel Links. Okay. All right. Cool. Two things that we're gonna do today. Chat. We are going to take a quick look, or I don't know how quick it's gonna be, but we're gonna take a look at this week's regional results because I want to find out how Legacy of Destruction affected the metagame, right? I want to find out, mostly what happened with Tenpai. Do we need to respect Tenpai in deck building going forward? I assume the answer to that question is going to be yes. Like if you guys are interested in my opinion on Tenpai or how I personally view Tenpai, I believe Tenpai is going to be popular. I personally don't think I'm gonna like it. I personally don't think it's the type of deck that I will be looking to play because it feels very there's a couple things about Tenpai at some point probably. There's a couple things about Tenpai that I personally don't love like when it comes to it because it feels like the deck is very linear, which means you have outside of the deck building aspect, which admittedly can be pretty big, but outside of the deck building part, it feels like you just you don't have a lot of agency over your games. It's just like, okay, you let your opponent start, you see what they are able to put up, then you look at your hand and you're like, okay, well, can that break it or can that not break it? And that is something that I personally don't find super enjoyable, rather, like most of the time. But at the same time, I think it's something that a lot of people are going to look forward to because there's a couple things that really, really speak for Tenpai to be a very popular deck because it's relatively easy. I can definitely see it being please play Invoked Runic. I don't know. I don't think so. But, Tenpai Runic. Okay, we're getting worse by every suggestion. I see. With Tenpai is incredibly budget. Is something you have to realize. Even with the whole Trident Dragion meme, right? Even with the Trident Dragion, I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, is it not? Is it not incredibly budget, even if you consider, you know, don't look at Pydra being 25. Oh my god, really? Hold up. Okay, I mean it's not quite. I guess you guys are saying it's $25 in the US. It's still expensive. It's still expensive. It's like a Magnamood situation. It's a Magnamood situation. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, well, I mean, still, I don't want to. Okay, I'm not gonna call it a cheap deck, I suppose, but if you compare what you're getting, like if you look at your bang for your buck with Tenpai compared to something like Snake Eyes, right? Where even if Hydra is, I don't know, playset $40 or something, and you have to pick up a Trident Dragion for like 70 or 80, right? What does that make? Right? Like it's still comparatively to other stuff in the format and specifically Snake Eye. This deck is much more accessible and much easier to pilot. And I suppose even if some people might find the playstyle boring, I think some people are going to find it very, very exciting. It's like you get those dopamine kicks of just going second and killing your opponent, right? That's kind of fun too from some perspectives. So I definitely think Tenpai is kind of like Tenpai is gonna go into this sort of category, kind of similar to certain decks like Fluanderies, where they are never going to be like the best deck in the format because as soon as they are, they just get hated to death, right? Fluanderies is also a deck that if it ever was the best deck in the format, people would it's so easy to counter, right? If people actually prepare for Fluanderies, it's like not gonna be it's never gonna be that successful in the long run. And the same is true for Tenpai. If everyone is playing Tenpai, then you're gonna be able to beat it relatively easily. But the advantage that these kind of decks have, right, is that people simply have to account for a lot of different decks in deck building. You can't just build your deck to beat Tenpai, enter a tournament, and then expect to do well, because guess what? You're not going to play against Tenpai every single round. And the same was also true for Fluanderies. But the decks are still always going to be or as long as they're legal, which I don't know if they're ever going to hit Tenpai on a ban list, but at some point possibly. But as long as we have it in its current state, and it's going to get even better at some point, these decks are always going to see play, right? Like it always has the chance to catch you off guard. You always might find someone who doesn't have anything in their side deck for it because it's only a portion of the metagame, and it's relatively simple to play. And compared to other stuff, it's also going to be relatively budget. And so Tenpai Dragon is going to be a force to be reckoned with, no matter if you think it's a good deck or not, right? Like, I personally don't think I would ever play Tenpai at an event because I personally feel like it doesn't give me enough agency over my games, and I also think it's way too exploitable. If someone has good cards against it in their side deck, I might not have a chance from the get-go, no matter like the difference in skill maybe between the two players. So I personally don't think I would ever be inclined to really bring Tenpai to an event, and that's why I said Tenpai is not going to be as good as people think it's going to be. And I still think that's true, but I don't think that the deck, only because I don't think the deck is that good, doesn't mean it can't be popular. Because the same was true for Fluandereeze for a very long time. I never thought Fluandereeze was actually a good deck, but it still was popular and performed, right? And because by sheer numbers, if enough people play a deck like that, it's still going to be relevant, and it's going to have an impact on the format. And I think that's what we're probably expecting with Tenpai. Like, people are gonna like this deck because it's simple and because it's cheap compared to other stuff, and therefore we're gonna have to respect it. Because if you don't respect Tenpai in your side deck, then suddenly it becomes a really hard deck to face. Because the deck is really consistent at what it tries to do. So if you don't have any answers to it, then it's going to be really bad for you. Like, I think it's going to be probably going to be smart to have a couple slots in your side deck dedicated for Tenpai. You definitely need a plan for it. Anyways, let's see how Tenpai performed in the first week after its release. Once again, shoutouts to Super Paludo for the spreadsheet. I need to update the link at some point. If you type !spreadsheet right now, you get the link to the old spreadsheet. But in the old spreadsheet, there's a link to the new spreadsheet. So I'll update it at some point, but I forgot to do it this morning. But if you want to have access to the spreadsheet, you can go through the link that is in chat right now, and you can still you'll find you just have to go all the way to the left at the bottom, and then there's a link to the new one. Okay, so first things first, let's look at the overall thingies here. Overall, we see that Snake Eyes was obviously the deck with the most tops. Between Snake Eye and Fire King Snake Eye, we have a majority of the pie chart. Is there a pie somewhere? There is a pie. Yeah, so let me move over here. These are the two most important graphics, I suppose, that we have to take a look at. Up here, we have the overall breakdown of individual decks, and down here, we have the breakdown of decks that are using Snake Eye versus decks that are not using Snake Eye, which come in at a whopping 42% of decks that are using Snake Eye in the top cuts. Whether you think that makes the deck tier 0 or not, I honestly don't feel like entertaining that discussion right now. I don't think that's the exact like classification does I don't think it matters. It is still definitely the best deck, no matter what you think of that. There's no doubt that Snake Eye is the best deck at the moment. So the more interesting part that I want to focus on is what is happening outside of that, because that was Legacy of Destruction was never going to change that fact. We knew that going in, looking at the set, right? The set is not that impactful. It has some good cards in it, but nothing that's going to change the fact that Snake Eye is the best deck, right? Like the Infinite Forbidden, which is the next core set, is a much more impactful set than Legacy of Destruction. So when that comes out, we might be talking some other stuff. But for now, we knew going into this that it was always going to be Snake Eyes at the top. But let's see what changed below. We see Voiceless Voice in a solid, I mean, this is a solid third place. I guess you could call it second place because it's just behind the Snake Eye decks, right? For all intents and purposes, I think putting Fire King Snake Eye and Pure Snake Eye together as one top deck is fair enough. So Voiceless Voice is coming in at the second most successful deck from regionals this past weekend, which is fair enough. I think they finally got their recursive continuous spell, which I guess is that's the only real question I have about Voiceless Voice is, do they play that card now? My guess would be yes. In the OCG, most of the time people played that. Some people might even be playing the Melodious engine, which I haven't taken a much detailed look at. I've just seen that some people would use that in the OCG as well. But for the most part, it was just pure Voiceless Voice, bunch of non-engine, and now you can play one of the continuous spell that lets you recover your cards from the banished, or is it also graveyard? It definitely is banished. But that's definitely huge for the deck. The deck already had a pretty good grind game, but it could sometimes struggle with getting resources back when they were banished or sent to the graveyard. For example, the trap card, when you use the effect to pop itself, you had no way to retrieve it, which was sometimes a big deal because you really wanted to pop, but you wouldn't want to lose the card in the long run. And now you can get it back. And that is pretty cool. The ritual summon during the opponent's turn can also help. Yes. I think that's the less important part of the card, but it is still good. So that's nice for Voiceless Voice. So I think it's understandable that people want to try the new updated version of the deck, and that the deck is also performing. And then we have some unknown after that, where just decks were the list, or the deck wasn't reported. And then we have Tenpai Dragon coming in after that. Tenpai Dragon is not too far off from some of the other decks here in the pie chart, like Branded or Kashtira, but Tenpai Dragon is coming in at a solid, let's call it a fourth place, depending on what some of the unknown decks are, or if you want to see the Snake Eye decks as one. But Tenpai Dragon is, I don't know if I want to call it coming out of the gate swinging, honestly. I feel like for a deck that was so heavily anticipated and theoretically has a pretty alright Snake Eye matchup, I don't think this is that impressive. Obviously, this is not the largest sample size ever, right? This is like out of like 140 deck lists, so it compiles like, I don't know, I'd guess like 15 regionals, maybe a little bit more. Well, that's like not a bad sample size, but like I think that's it's a respectable sample size, not the largest one possible, but it's all right. The thing about Tenpai is like, I think this is exactly where Tenpai wants to be, right? And I don't think it can go much higher than this if people build their decks accordingly. Because what I said earlier still holds up. Like, Tenpai doesn't want to be up here. Because if Tenpai ever puts up 15%, 20% or something like that of numbers, right? If there's ever a case where you play against Tenpai like 3 out of 8 rounds or something, right? Like, people will legitimately start siding the stupidest cards against Tenpai. This deck loses to so many random cards. Like, you can have an heat wave all you want. All you have to do is your opponent has to set like one Vaboku or whatever. I don't know what the best card is against Tenpai, but it loses to so many random cards. So I personally think Tenpai wants to be in this sort of 4th, 5th, 6th most represented spot, and then it can perform. Literally almost the exact same situation as Fluandereeze in some of the previous formats. Like when Fluandereeze was like somewhat okay during like Sprite and Tearlament times, right? Where like Fluandereeze would pop up every now and then. It was dangerous, but there weren't enough Fluandereeze to actually build your deck against it, or your side deck against it. Because then it would lose. But it was okay, because it's, at the end of the day, it was like a shifter deck that could always take a win off of Tearlaments. but tier limits couldn't really afford to play against it. Like, and then during Ishizu tier format, Fluanderies was like the second best deck, but then people started playing Zombie World and all that kind of stuff, and that really hurt Fluanderies. So, and the same is true for 10 point. Other than that, I don't think there's anything super surprising here. Branded performing is expected. Kashtira performing is also somewhat expected. Labyrinth performing is expected, especially after it got second at the YCS. I'm sure people are willing to try that deck out. Some Fluanderies, which is a solid deck still. Yubel is interesting. Got new support. I wasn't expecting to see Yubel before we get the new fusion. But if there's a deck profile for Yubel, I'm inclined. We can take a look at that. I'd be interested in that. We see some stun Andes. We see some Pearlies with the second Delicious Memory. We see Rescue Ace. We see Tier Limits and some other stuff. Overall, a pretty expected breakdown, I think. I don't think there's anything here that is like super crazy, super unexpected. Yeah. So let's just go and see if we have any interesting lists out here. So I just said that. I said interesting list. But we're gonna look at Tenpai Dragon first. Sorry that I said that. But I do want to see like what like a standard version of the deck might look like. So this one is second place at regionals. Let's just take a quick look.
Yes.
What we got here?
This the boy Adam. We did it. Bainbridge Regional, second place. Tenpai Dragon, one of the first in the TCGs to do it. This deck list, let me tell you something, okay? This deck list is not gonna be the craziest deck list you've ever seen. It's probably gonna confuse a lot of you out there. I put this deck list together the day before, and I had some cards that weren't there at the time, so I kind of had to figure some stuff out, okay? But here, let's get started. All right, so first thing we're playing.
Two Hydra.
Obviously, the three white dragon. I don't know the names of these cards. I just know that there's one white and one red, and then the green one.
Read it, you know, it's right there in your hand.
We're only playing two of the green one. It's obviously the worst one, but still not the worst one if you know how to use it correctly. There's still a lot of times where I was setting this card and like passing on turn 0 if I had nothing else. And a lot of people just didn't know what I was on. They would attack into it. And if I had one in the grave, or like if I had a way to get one into the grave on their turn, it would just kind of catch them off guard because they wouldn't be able to put together that this one would get me another body on board, and then I could just synchro off. It would get me the red one on board, and then I could just synchro off and start doing stuff. I can just turn off their entire battle phase and let it come back to me, and then I kill them. That's it. And then I played the one Magna. I wish this card was at 3. This card was clutch all day long. I played against Brandon, and it was insane. They went first because they didn't know what I was on, and I hit them with Magna during the end phase. Got to search engine, and I had like five hand traps, and the card just came in clutch. I don't know if I could play other Bastiles. Magna just was insane. It just acted as interruption and a way to get to engine. So
I mean,
obviously,
if you blind second, and most of the decks in the format are playing lights and darks, then Magnamood is just crazy for this deck, right? You just get a body and the search for your best card or whatever you're missing. Like, obviously, you would play that.
Very quick plays. This card is insane. If you can figure out a way to make sure this card doesn't get ashed, and I'll explain that with this next card right here, the Field Spell. Now, the Field Spell is, a lot of people say the Field Spell is really good, and it is really good. However, I was mainly using the Field Spell to bait out Ash out of my opponents, because a lot of people will just hit this card thinking, oh, it gets you to engine, so let me Ash it real quick. But most of the times, if I opened up Field Spell and Quick Play, I would just force the Ash with the Field Spell or the Ghost or the Ghost Ogre or whatever, and just go to battle phase and just kill them from there. A lot of people just put way too much implication on this card because it makes you can't do anything to my stuff during main phase 1, which is fine, but most people will end on 1 hand trap, maybe 2 if you know how to play around the other one, and you can force the first one out of their hand. You just straight win from there.
Well, the thing is, the problem with Ash usage against this deck is that, I mean, that is true for some decks in the format right now, which is always annoying when that's the case. Like, I personally hate playing Ash when the situation is I'm always ashing stuff, just hoping they don't have the right extender, right? There's scenarios where you can ash certain choke points that are not easily replaceable, if you get what I mean, right? And that's usually the formats where Ash Blossom is pretty good. The formats where Ash Blossom just hits a card that can easily be replaced by another card, and if they have that card, then Ash basically does nothing. That's pretty bad. And that's also why Ash is very mediocre against like Snake Eyes, right? Because Snake Eyes, most of the stuff that you Ash gets invalidated if they have another extender in hand. Like most of the time it feels like that, right? The same is true with Imperm and Veiler and all that. It's a pretty big problem with the issue is not with Ash or Imperm or Veiler. The issue is more with one card combos, right? Because one card combos have that kind of property to it, right? Where like if you hand trap a one card combo, most of the time there's the possibility that they have an extender to push through that and still do the exact same thing, right? And so and Tenpai Dragon to an extent is the same thing. Tenpai Dragon is also a one card combo deck, right? You just have like one you have one card that does it all, right? And so I would say most of the time, if you have an Ash Blossom, and this is where you really need to get to know Tenpai, I think. You have to understand if they like, let's say they activate the field spell, right? And you have an Ash Blossom. What you have to know is if you let the search go through, do you die or do you not die, right? And then if you would die, if you don't Ash it, you just have to take the risk for them to have the extender anyways, right? But like if you would die to the field spell search already, then you might have to just Ash it and hope they don't have one, right? That doesn't feel great, but the thing is, Tenpai is a deck that doesn't have that much engine actually at the moment, right? I think to the point where sometimes ashing the field spell search and hoping they don't have the right normal summon or the other spell, it could be okay. It doesn't feel good to have to do that, but against a deck that doesn't have that much, it's kind of like the do I Ash Alistair problem all over again, right? Or do you Ash Signet Mining? What if they already have Circular? Or do you Ash Small World? It's always the problem with one card combos, right? Like do they already have it or do they not? It doesn't feel great, and that's why one card combos are very often frustrating to play against. Because all of those examples that I just mentioned are all potentially very frustrating scenarios, because it feels like you just wasted a card and you still get to, the opponent still gets to do the same combo again, or anyways.
That's pretty much the entire Tenpai engine. I will say I did play the set rotation, and where there's a will, there's a way. Shout out to Konami for making this the worst translation I've ever seen on a card's name. The phrasing is literally an English phrasing, and this is what they gave us. But hey, shout out. The card works fine. The theory behind this is me and Andrew Renfro, shout out to Andrew Renfro, we spoke about Necro Valley, we spoke about a lot of other field spells that we can give our opponents, but what it came down for me was I'm a huge fan of bricking. I really like bricking. It helps a lot. It really boosts my confidence as a player. I used to play Rescue Ace, shout out to the traps, every day in my hand, all day, every day. If I didn't see them in a game, if I didn't see the hand traps in a game or the trap cards in my hand in one game, there was a problem. Regardless, that meant if I saw this card, at least it could act like a Pot of Prosperity for me. And there was a game where I saw this and Pot of Prosperity, and I got to dig through like 12 cards in my main deck, got to exactly what I wanted, and just blew my opponent out. Also, set rotation. Set rotation is insane, especially in the Fire King matchup. You just let them do their full combo. They keep Fire King Island on board.
Oh, that's true.
And then you just hit them with set rotation whenever you need to, and then set rotation clears their Fire King Island and blows up their whole board. Really, really like this little package. I want to talk about terraforming. I didn't have the card, okay? I know it's a common in every set. Never needed it, low-key. I was smacking up my opponents within 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
Hey, but shout out to the Bainbridge people. That wasn't like a diss or anybody like that. But The terraforming, I mean, it definitely, if it was there, it would have been cool. I just don't know what I would have cut for it, to be honest. Maybe go down on 2 hand traps, but I really like the hand trap
definitely play terraforming in this deck. You definitely play terraforming.
So, but let's get back into this. Obviously, the 3 prosperities. This card makes the deck. Obviously, the deck isn't like insanely consistent. The ideal percentages you want to open up 4 hand traps and an engine piece. But this card just insane. You can kill your opponents through it. You already know the deal. Tenpai goes crazy with this card. If this card gets limited, I don't know what's gonna happen with Tenpai, but this card, yes. From there, the steel cards. Change of Heart and Minecon. There was argument for me to cut this out and put in like the terraforming. Again, I just didn't have the card. I contemplated playing thrusts over these, but I kind of just got bored of waiting for my opponent to do stuff. I just really wanted cards that can just impact the game immediately, so I can just OTK my opponents. I did play against a lot of Snake Eyes that were just that would leave Appaloosa on board or something like that, and I just change of Heart or Mind Control it, and then it would just pack it up from there. I could just do my whole combo, and good luck trying to Princess me. I could just negate that stuff. Duster and Lightning Storms. Probably the MVPs of the entire...
So this is literally, I think, the biggest decision that you have to make in deck building for Tenpai Dragon. Do you play 20 hand traps or do you play 20 board breakers? That's literally everything. All that has to happen in your mind is do you play breakers or do you play hand traps? Most of the time, from what I've seen in the OCG, they did hand traps, but I don't think that board breakers is out of the question, especially in the TCG where Baron and Savage are banned. I think it's okay. I think if someone is playing the hand drip version, honestly, that is like, I think it's risky if you let your opponent go Omega twice on your hand, if that's the version that they play, simply because, like I said earlier, Tenpai as of now doesn't have that many engine cards. If they hit one of them, then it might be Jover. They do both, I feel like. Well, yeah, I mean, because the deck has so much room for non-engine, you can also do a mix. That's fine, yeah. But if they hand drip you twice, that can be annoying, right? Because you never know how many engine pieces you draw, or you also might lose the most important board breaker in your hand, right? You never know. Like you might need those cards to play through their field. At the same time, obviously, the deck has Prosperity. So finding a board breaker with Prosperity is much better than finding a hand trap. And also, the 6th card, if you don't play any hand traps, the 6th card is always going to help you, right? It's either going to be engine or board breaker, which is nice.
Entire thing. If I saw this card, I'm killing you. These cards were just absolutely insane. Paired up with this card, oh my god, it was crazy.
Oh, we do still play hand traps.
I mean,
okay,
I would just Lightning Storm, call back row, chain droplet, get a free negate. It was crazy how this little package worked. I don't think there's a time where these cards are going to leave the main. I just like them way too much. From there, that was pretty much it for the board breakers. I didn't play any more. At least I don't think. I didn't play any more board breakers. That was it for the board breakers. There wasn't really anything else that I wanted to play other than that. There was a conversation for Super Poly to be played in the main, and I spoke to Renfro and Brian and Statsky about it, but everyone was telling me don't play it. I was really wanting to play it, but the logic behind it was you discarding another card from your hand to be able to board break them was already like crazy, especially because most of the time I was opening up 1 or 2 hand traps. So it was like I'm starting my turn with 4 cards. If I super poly them, I go down to 2, and then it's not even like I'm not 100% there. I'm on 2 cards left, and if they have a single Ash or Veiler, I might just straight up lose the game from there. So yeah, I was against it going into it. I wanted to play super poly, but they kind of forced me not to play super poly, and I'm not gonna lie, it was the right choice. It felt a lot better. Having an extra card in my hand made a lot of people think about the decisions they wanted to make, and sometimes they just made the wrong decision and it won me the game. From there, the 3 Veiler, this card came in clutch against Snake Eye, obviously, because it's Veiler. In the mirror, it's instant side out. Didn't do anything for me. Same thing with Nibiru. Card was okay. It wasn't crazy. I don't know how I necessarily feel about it. It obviously hits Rogue, but this deck is weak to Lab. This does nothing against Lab. Not saying that I want to main something for Lab, but I'm already maining the Lightning Storms and Dusters for them. It just felt weird throughout the whole thing. I don't know. It worked a couple times, but I don't necessarily know how I feel about it. There might be a conversation for Ogre or Mourner in this slot, or maybe a Terraforming. But yeah, that was it for those. And then the last 6 hand traps are the Imperms and the Ashes mandatory. I think these cards are just the MVPs of the meta. This card was insane. Whenever people would make me go first, I would not side out this card, and I would just keep it in my hand. I wouldn't set it if I drew it, and then I would make Seals pass, and then I would Seals their field spell, the Snake Eye field spell, or I'll Seals I'll Seals the Ash back to their hand so they can't get to Flame Burge or something like that. And it would clear my board, and they would think that they're safe. And a lot of times, what I'll do is they'll have the field spell, and they'll go normal summon Ash. I'll chain the Seals, bounce the field spell, and then chain the Imperm from my hand, and they just never saw it coming.
And that's gas, actually.
Yes,
that's sick. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And shout out to Steven Santoli for teaching me that little trick. He used to do it with a Rescue Ace. He would if he got hand trapped on the Hydrant, he would banish the Hydrant with Preventer, make the SP line, and then he would end with SP Hydrant, and then on his opponent's first action, he would banish both cards, clearing his board, and then he would Imperm them because they never saw it coming. But shout out.
I remember that.
And then
match.
extra deck, SP and Striker. This was my option. Again, I didn't have the cards in time, so I did not play the Link Climb package to kill my opponents with Zelantis and Raging Phoenix and Promethean Princess. I didn't have those cards in time, so I just didn't do it. This was my alternative. I did get debarriered.
The fact that this deck can do that if it gets debarriered is it's kind of funny, but it's also disgusting, right? I think they're just incorrect. Not everyone is playing it. Yeah. You're supposed to barrier after the synchro. I mean, yes. At the same time, what if they lightning storm you, right? Like, what if you get lightning stormed or dustered? Then you have to call synchro right away, right? And it's not too unrealistic, right? Not always happens, but it can, for sure. Plays into Nib though, yeah. But the thing is, post side, you're not gonna keep in Nib against Tenpai Dragon, right? Only because you're playing D-Barrier. I'll just say, I'll say it like this, okay? D-Barrier against Tenpai Dragon, because there is a hypothetical way that they could still kill you with Zelantis. I think D-Barrier is not the best card against Tenpai Dragon. The problem is that most of the cards that are good against Tenpai Dragon are useless against everything else, right? Because there's so many cards that are so specifically good only against Tenpai Dragon, right? So do you want to put some cards in your deck that are only good against Tenpai, but then are the best cards possible? Or do you want to use a generic card like D-Barrier that you can play in other matchups too, right? Like a card like the Black Goat, a card like Dimensional Barrier, right? Which you can bring in other matchups going first. You can bring Dimensional Barrier and beat Branded. You can bring the Black Goat and almost side that against anything when you go first, really, right? And so that's going to be the question, right? And I think that's going to be the answer to that question is going to depend on how scared are you of Tenpai, which heavily depends on how popular is the deck, right? And how popular are the ways to play through D-Barrier, for example, right? But I think if Tenpai is so popular to the point that you expect to play against 2 or 3 in a longer tournament, then I could definitely see myself just putting the best cards against Tenpai in my deck, right? But if I'm only expecting to maybe play against 1, maximum 2, then I would be more inclined to play the cards that are more generically good, right? Simul Archfiends looks solid versus both lines. Simul Archfiend is the one that prevents link climbing and synchro climbing, right? Because it just says while they have a synchro, they can't summon a synchro, and while they have a link, they can't summon a link, right? Is that what it is? Yes. That card does sound good against Tenpai. But in which other matchup are you playing that? It has the same issue. If they duster you, it doesn't do much. Wait, does it? I don't think that's true. Hold up, wait. Simul Archfiends. This turn, neither player can special summon monsters with the same card type They already control. No, that doesn't lose to Lightning Storm. You just activate it. You just chain it. You just chain it. You don't have to call anything. You don't have to call Link or Synchro. This just applies to all the types at the same time. That's why it's good, right? But they don't have anything on board yet. That doesn't matter for this card. That doesn't matter. You guys do not understand this card. You guys do not understand this card. This is a lingering effect. This is just like, you can activate this when your opponent has no cards. They already control. This does not mean the cards that they control when you activate this card. At that moment, that doesn't matter. It doesn't check when you activate this card what they that would be currently control. This says, this turn, neither player can special summon monsters with the same card type they already control. This means, for the rest of this turn, while you have a Synchro, you can't summon a Synchro. While you have a Link, you can't summon a Link. While you have an Exceed, you can't summon another Exceed. It stays, and that condition stays for the rest of the turn. It doesn't apply to the cards that they have at the moment. So you can, if they Lightning Storm this, you can just chain it, right? And then if they summon a Synchro later, they can summon the level 7 Synchro, but then as long as the level 7 Synchro is on the field, they can't summon another Synchro. Right? Is this good versus anything else though? That's the question, right? I think it is good against Snake Eyes, because then Snake Eye is like the link climbing deck, right? Like Snake Eyes just can't link climb anymore. If they make a Charmer, they can't make Princess. If they make Princess, they can't link it off. All that, like it does work against Snake Eyes. Against Branded, it also helps because if they summon Albion, they can't use the effect. If they summon Lubellion, they can't use the effect. Like it actually is quite good against Branded as well. And then it's also like, I guess against Pearly, you could also side it. No, this could be a good middle ground card that is like strong enough against Tenpai and safe enough against Tenpai. I'm not sure what the exact chance is, but I would guess if you activate this card against Tenpai, unless you pass on a completely open board and have nothing, you probably will not die. So, like, yeah. The only question is, do you really want to side deck a card for just going first? But the answer is probably yeah, if Tenpai is in the format. Well, okay, moving on.
I want to say like 4 or 5 times. I still won every game that I got debarriered with no link climb package. Because if I got debarriered, I would just deal like 5-6k with just the 3.
Doesn't it turn off yourself? What if you have it? It applies to you as well. Yes, like for example, if you're playing Snake Eye and you have an IP Masquerena, you can't use it because you have a Link monster and you can't summon another Link monster, so it would turn off your own SP Little Knight.
Main dragons that I played, and then main phase 2, I would just make Striker, make SP, banish the OSS Engrave or banish something on their board, just lock them out of getting into Engine next turn, and then this combined with like 2 hand traps in my hand would just seal the game. It'd come back to me and then I just kill them. That's that, and then Synchros. Oh, I did play. Hold on, sorry. There's links in here as well. Yeah, I played Double Seal in the Hida. Don't question me why I played this card. There's no reason for me to play this card if I wasn't playing the Link Climb package. I just didn't know what to put in the extra deck other than that. I just liked it because in the mirror, if I just baited out all their hand traps and I had 2 bodies on board, I just make this card, steal their engine, and then kill them that way. That was pretty much it. And then the 2 seals, most people are playing 1. I played a second because I was like, I don't know if I just brick infinitely or like I get debarriered twice in a row or something like that, which did happen, and I did make this twice in a row when I got debarriered. But it just worked. Also, it was an easy card to Prosperity off. And then from there, we're going to actual Synchros, the actual Tenpai Synchros. One of this, there's no reason to play more than 2, and then 2 of these. The second one came up a lot. If I missed lethal or they stopped it, Ghost Bell kind of cooked this. If you didn't open up the red guy, or sorry, not the red guy. If you didn't open up the green guy, you're kind of getting cooked by this card. So it's kind of really weird playing it like that. But the second one did come up on the crackback. And then these cards that I didn't make once, except this card, obviously. Trident Dragon, I made it once. Most people were scooping before I got to this point because they kind of saw the combo and they're like, oh yeah, okay, I'm dead.
So,
amount of people that
Trident Dragon, I haven't practiced this deck a lot yet, or like at all. I haven't actually practiced 10 point. But people have been asking the question of whether you have to play this card, because obviously if you look at this deck, literally everything in this deck is super affordable, outside of freaking Hydra being an expensive super rare now, but whatever. Relatively, all of this deck is very cheap, except for Trident Dragon, right? And so people have been wondering, do I need to play that card? And I know Nesh has been making a video that claiming that you don't need to play it, right? My personal opinion is that if you want to play the optimal version of Tenpai Dragons, then you will want to play Trident Dragon, because even if it doesn't come up in some theoretical lines that happen or whatever, like this card is theoretically way too powerful in this deck, especially if you play Prosperity. And even if it doesn't come up in some spreadsheet lines, in practice, in real Yu-Gi-Oh, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't happen like it happens on the spreadsheets, right? And in practice, I think you're gonna find yourself needing the Trident Dragon way more than anything else you could put into this slot, right? Like, because if you want to cut a Trident Dragon from your deck, you have to ask yourself, whatever I put into this slot, am I going to summon it more often than Trident Dragon? And the answer is most likely no. Most likely, you're going to need Trident Dragon more than anything else you could put into this slot, because this deck already has a lot of flex spots in the extra deck. If there's something you really want to play, you can probably fit it. And Trident Dragon is just way too powerful for some situations when you're under prosp and your opponents throw some interruptions at you and you're not able to fully pull off your combos, your spreadsheet lines, right? Then you need this card, right? But if you want to play Tenpai as a budget deck and you can't afford the Trident Dragon, or you don't want to afford it because you think it's getting a reprint soon, you don't want to spend the money on it, you can definitely still play the deck. Like, if you just want to play a good deck, don't want to spend too much money, have some fun at locals, play like some regionals, the deck is still fine without it. Like, you can play the deck without Trident Dragon. Is it optimal? No, I don't think it is. 100%. The optimal version of the deck is going to play Trident Dragon. But is the deck still good without it? Is the deck still good enough without it to compete in tournaments? Absolutely. So if you want to play this as a budget deck, you can leave the Trident Dragon out. Like, you don't need it to play the deck, right? But if you have it, you definitely play it, basically, right? So that's my take on Trident Dragon. It's not mandatory, but it's good. You have to cut prosp when you don't have it, right? Like, some people have been saying you can even do 16,000 damage without Trident Dragon, which in some circumstances is probably possible. But I think realistically, if your opponent has some interruptions, I think if you prosp, you're gonna need Trident Dragon. Not every time, but a decent amount. So yes, you can play a version of the deck without Prosperity and without Trident Dragon, and it's still going to be fine. As a budget version, once again, that's going to be good enough. But optimal, no. If you're trying to optimize the deck, you have to play Trident Dragon in it for sure.
We're like, all right, you kill me, and you were like, do I?
I built this deck 2 days ago, Friday night, the night before the actual regional. It was like my first time actually playing this deck with.
Has Dugaris the Timeless used its power to evade your mind still in your Lightsworn Runic deck? No, I thought about it. I decided not to play it, but I definitely think you could. Maybe you should even. I definitely had a couple spots where I would have summoned it if I had it.
With Andrew, and we were practicing the mirror,
Doggo!
And it got crazy because I was just like surprised at how much this deck can do with just like one single starter. So I just
What about Raging Phoenix as well? If you get barriered, needed or not, those things I could only answer if I was playing the deck a decent amount. You'd have to try it. Like there's a whole package to do an OTK if you get debarriered. That depends on how often that would happen. That you just have to try that, honestly. I think it depends on how much room you have, what other stuff you put into your extra deck, how many flex spots you think you have, how many spots that would take, and whether you think that's worth it really depends on how often does it come up. So yeah. Some Lightsworn Runic decklists have the F-Zero package. Is it good? I thought about that. I thought about it because it would give you a good reason to go for like Minerva. Like you could easily, it takes up a lot of extra deck space though, but you can spam like Minerva and Dugaris or Minerva and Daigusto Emerald, draw some extra cards, and then make the F-Zero. It would be cool. But yeah. Anyways, that's a different deck. Let's move on.
I just kept rocking and rolling, and yeah, I made it once, and I actually missed lethal on it that one time because he mortared it on summon, and I was like, dang, I missed lethal, and then it didn't really matter because next turn I just made the big guy, and I popped the field spell, and I ran over because he made Chaos Angel thinking that he could survive, but I'm him, so he didn't.
Jesus.
These are the other synchros that I played. Black Rose was cool.
The one thing I want to look up right now is this Samurai Destroyer card, because I've been seeing it, but I actually don't know what it does. This is a card, I've seen it before, but I actually don't know what it does. I don't remember. It's a level 7 synchro. Generic. If this card battles an opponent's monster, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. Also, that monster has its effect negated. If this face-up card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can target the machine in your grave space or summon it. Okay. So it deals with Yubel. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, that could be a real reason. I mean, that's probably way more relevant in the OCG right now because Yubel, I think, is more popular there. But that's, yeah, if there's like a random monster that you can't out for some reason, because maybe it can't be destroyed by battle, then this helps. Okay, I see.
Never made it. This card, in theory, was good. Never made it. This card, we put it in because we had an extra slot. This card never made it.
It killed Skull Guardian too. That's true.
This card never made it. This card never made it. There was a conversation to make this card.
That's the thing. Most of these cards, I think Black Rose is good. Mandatory. I mean, a lot of these are probably mandatory, but I think you really underestimate how rarely you make these in the end. You will do them a decent amount of the time, I think, in the long run. But for the most part, all of this is like cosmetic. The only thing that I'm missing here that I find interesting is that outside of hieratic seals, I don't see anything for going first. Like there's like a bunch of different things you can do. Well, you don't want to go first. Yeah, but that's why people are going to send you first after siding, right? Like there's different lines. I've seen people do Ancient Fairy Dragon to summon like Crystal Wing and stuff like that, or like with what's the other guy called? The dude, the Zolkin. There's like stuff like you can like Ancient Fairy into like I think Zolkin, and then you get Crystal Wing and all that. Like, and then you end on like Seal's Crystal Wing, which is like acceptable for going first, right? But there's nothing here.
Against Snake Eye, they didn't make it past turn 2. That's it.
The Zolkin line loses to a hand trap on AFD. Yeah, and this loses to no hand trap. Like this does not make anything. Like you make 1 Seals, you die to everything. What do you mean? What's your argument? It's better than having no line available.
For the extra deck, the side deck. The 3 Santa Claus. Watch out. Go ahead.
Christmas time.
Yes, sir. I was giving out presents all day long. It never came up. I cited.
Most decks can't kill through Seals plus hand traps. I mean, I guess. Is that really true though? It depends, I guess. Snake Eyes can kill through that if you don't have the right hand traps. Because Snake Eye is the kind of deck that either does everything or nothing, right? Like Snake Eyes either resolves their combo or it doesn't. And so there's no like middle ground, right? Like if they play through your hand traps because they have the right cards for it, then you just die.
Did it once, never saw it. I didn't play any against.
You can't use the battle phase to force out seals? Yeah, but like it's not that big of a deal, is it? You just summon a Flamberge and that needs to get seals. Right?
Against
and then if
any
you
of
can
those
keep going,
like Raid Raptors or like the big tower decks. And if I did play against like Snake Eye, I just valued the steel cards in my hand and whatnot. It was cool. It's probably not going to get played moving forward. Maybe it'll get played if Raid Raptor catches like a huge break or whatever. But that deck bricks like God. So that's it for that. And then the other Bastiles, the True Druis and the Sornir. And then Cosmic Cyclone. This card is insane. Probably the best card in the side. Huge fan of this card. Argued to be mained. Maybe. I don't know. I really think this card is super crazy. But it kind of fits better on the side. I don't know. We'll see. And then the 3 shifters. This was a piece of Andrew's idea. He really liked shifter. Not going second, going first. You just shifter on your turn and then pass. And most of the time they can't do anything or they set up a mediocre board and then you kill.
Well, shifter is Troll Despair and Cringe, but I think it's probably decent here because like one of the biggest problems I think for Tenpai players is if you win game 1 with Tenpai Dragon, right? Do you just assume that your opponent is going to make you go first and you take out a bunch of board breakers and put in a like floodgates like Heatwave or whatever, right? Because if you do that, if everyone sides Heatwave and all that kind of stuff, and then let's just think this through. Theoretical situation, the Tenpai player, the standard build has Heatwave in it. And let's say everyone else is doing stuff like Stimule Archfiends or Dimensional Barrier or whatever, right? If I'm looking at my side deck and there's like Dimensional Barrier in there, and my opponent is probably going to side out their board breakers and replacing them with broken cards for going first, or like their own floodgates, right? I might just go first. Because if they don't have their board breakers, it's not as scary, and I have the chance to just open a trap that immediately wins the game, right? And so you never know as a Tenpai player whether you actually will have to go first or not. And so having cards that are good when you do either, right? Like going first or second is valuable. And shifter, theoretically, if you side it because you think they will make you start, and then you draw it, but they go first, then it's still a good card. It's still shifter, right? And that's also one advantage of playing hand traps in general, because hand traps work going first and second, as opposed to board breakers sometimes, right? Like, if you decide to leave in your lightning storms in your main deck and then you get to go first, then that card is completely useless, right?
It was all right. I kind of valued seeing a hand trap over.
Isn't Tenpai the whole branded problem all over again? If good, then people will side for it. So bad? Kind of, yeah. The problem with Tenpai is that, or like, not the problem with Tenpai, but the thing with Tenpai is that that doesn't stop a deck from being playable, right? And the same is true for Branded. Branded, even if I haven't played Branded in a tournament in a long time, I never thought it was the best pick for a tournament. It still is popular and it still is performing. Like, it's not a bad deck. And it really never has been a bad deck, right? It's always just a matter of, well, sometimes it gets countered and that feels bad, right? And that's going to be the same with Tenpai, right? Tenpai is going to be a good deck. I don't think it's going to be the best deck, but it's going to be solid. And it's going to be like a little bit of an up and down, right? Like, will people over prepare for it? Then it's going to be not as good. Will people prepare less for it? Then it's going to have better spots, right? And that's like this. I think it's the same with Branded and Tenpai and Flu and all these kind of decks, right?
For this card, and a lot of times the other card that I would side in with it was Heat.
No, we don't do that.
Wave. If I saw Heatwave before I saw Shifter, this card was completely dead in my hand. So Heatwave was cool, but it's kind of the idea of you have to see the card. to do anything with it. I saw it maybe like once or twice. Heat wave my opponent. It worked. It got the job done. It got it back to my turn, and I killed them. But I don't know if I'm playing shifter moving forward. Didn't really feel that crazy.
So heat wave is another thing that people have been wondering about. And I have good news for all the people that are very scared of having to pick up heat waves for whatever they are at right now, like 15 or 20 bucks or whatever. I personally think heat wave is a super, super broken card if the standard is every time I lose a game to Tenpai, I make them go first. But once again, I don't think that is necessarily always the case. I personally don't think if everyone is playing heat wave, I'm always making them go first. It depends on my side deck. Basically, and this is also what I would advise you guys to do. If you enter a tournament and you have nothing in your side deck for Tenpai, or not enough, right? Just some stuff, some okay stuff, right? If you basically are not well prepared for Tenpai because you don't think it's that popular, or you need stuff for other matchups, or whatever reason you have, right? Then you should probably just let them go first and hope that they can't put up anything and hope they don't draw Heatwave, right? But if your deck has a solid matchup against Tenpai because you are siding for it, or because your deck is naturally okay against it, all that kind of stuff, then I suggest you at least consider just going first anyways. Because going first against Tenpai when they don't expect it, when they side in their heat waves and all that kind of stuff, is actually kind of good, I think. Like Tenpai already, when it goes blind second game 1, sometimes you can set up enough ways to stop them. Like already, if you go post side and you get the surprise factor that they think they're gonna go first and they side accordingly, and you are prepared for that, I think is a solid spot to exploit. Like, that's one of the biggest exploits you can do, is when your opponent sides in like a bunch of cards thinking they're gonna go first, and then they actually go second. They have so many dead cards in their deck, and suddenly the Tenpai deck isn't as scary anymore when they go second and they draw like Heatwave and whatever, or like and Floodgates, right? So I think, and this is once again, I think this is a weakness of Tenpai, is that it has exploits like that, right? No.
That's pretty much it. I want to give out some couple.
Why has Heatwave not been used in the meta already? I mean, because it's just not a very good card.
Shout outs to the homies for helping me build this deck. I had no idea what I was doing. Obviously, there was a huge stroke of luck going into this. I played against a couple good players, a good amount of good players. My only loss was to Snake Eyes. I didn't, game 1, I didn't open up Engine. Even though I won the die roll, I didn't open up Engine. I told him to go first. I opened up only hand traps. I lost the game. Game 2, game 2 was so rough. I told him to go first again, came back to my turn. I got de-barriered, but I didn't have the link cards to climb. And if I had the link cards, it was just an OTK, and I pushed it to game 3. But he was a phenomenal player. And then from there, I went on the following round to play against my mentor, the person who put me on this deck. Shout out to Mr. Andrew Renfro. Not actually my mentor, but he's the one that kind of came up with the idea of certain cards to play in here. And we play tested the mirror for hours the night before. So kind of helped me get an idea. That's pretty much it.
That sounds miserable. Playtesting the mirror match. Anyways, I think Tenpai is an interesting deck, and hear me out. A Tenpai itself, the list itself is not super interesting, but I think what it does for like deck building and deck construction for other decks and for the entire format, I think is kind of interesting, right? Because the whole situation is kind of new to Yu-Gi-Oh, which I find quite interesting to observe what's gonna happen, because I literally can't think of a time in Yu-Gi-Oh where a blind second deck was as viable as it is now, right? Literally, I can think of like one format, which was Spiral, where there was a period where people would start going second, like after the release of Evenly Matched. At some point, there was like a time where blind second Spiral was a thing, and we brought it to a YCS, and that was the case. But like for the most part, like 99% of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, going second was not something that people would do, right? Dude, Fluffle or I guess Necros. Oh no, Necros was another format. Yeah, Necros was another format where it would go second. Yes. All right. So okay, I'm lowering it. I'm lowering it. You guys are right. 99%. I'm going down to 98. It's okay. Whatever, dude. Whatever. 98. The point still stands. The point still stands. Tenpai is the first deck in a very long time that's going to impact the game in a very interesting way, because people are now going to have to consider what to do against it, because it plays so differently from every other game in the metagame right now, right? And I think that's going to be an interesting observation to make, right? What are people going to do against Tenpai? Are people just going to try? Because one approach is, I'm just going to side deck cards that are good in multiple matchups, but are also good against Tenpai. Examples of this are Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, a card that is not super common at the moment. Sometimes people are playing it. What the hell is War Rock format? Anyways, cards like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, right? Which you can realistically side against some other matchups, and it's also decent against Tenpai, right? Does it guarantee you win against Tenpai? No, it doesn't. Not the best card against Tenpai, but it's good. Mourner, also a solid card against Tenpai. Ash, solid card against Tenpai, right? Like, not great, but all cards that you can side in multiple matchups, right? D-Barrier, that kind of stuff, right? Those are the kind of options you have for Tenpai. Another thing that you can do if you're playing Snake Eyes, for example, or Pearly, is you can make the rank 1 Xyz, the Lyrlusk that just can't die by battle or whatever, right? Or Fucho, whatever, right? Those kind of things are things that people can do with very little investment into their deck to counter Tenpai, right? And then there's the other fraction of cards that are completely busted against Tenpai, but are not very good against the rest of the format. It's kind of like how people used to, like, it was the same with Flu. I'm drawing a lot of comparisons to Flu because I think it's a very comparable situation where, like, you could side deck hand traps against Flu, and they were good against Flu and good against other decks, or you could go a more like direct route and do like Zombie World, right? Which Zombie World was usually only for Flu, but then if you had Zombie World against Flu, they lost, right? And the same is true for Tenpai. You can play like battle phase skips, you can play whatever kind of stuff you have that is just for Tenpai, but that murders the deck, right? So or you can choose to ignore it, which is also something that people have done in the past with Flu. Like, sometimes it was just not popular enough to respect the deck. You would just be like, yo, you know what? If it happens, it happens. And that's going to be interesting to observe what's going to happen with a blind second deck on everyone's mind like that. So the Tenpai lists themselves, obviously you have some decisions to make, right? Do I play hand traps? Do I play board breakers? Which hand traps do I play? Which board breakers do I play? Maybe I play a mix of them. Which one are the best? Do I play a plan for going first in my extra deck? What exactly do I side? Do I play the link climbing combo to not lose to D-Barrier on synchros all the time? Definitely decisions to be made, but still, at the end of the day, building Tenpai is not the interesting part. I think it's more interesting to see what people are gonna do about Tenpai in the other decks. But yeah, that's that. In terms of the impact of Tenpai, that's the first thing I wanted to talk about when it comes to Legacy of Destruction format, because I think it is still by far the biggest thing that comes out of Legacy of Destruction, even if it is like the third or fourth most topping deck at the moment only, quote unquote. I think knowing how to respond to a situation like that is crucial, right? So we're gonna see. Let's take a look at some other more interesting deck builds from regionals. The first thing I want to take a look at was Unchained Yubel. Yubel is a deck that I personally am interested in. because the new cards are all pretty good, and especially the new fusion monster though is what makes me interested in it, right? The new fusion that they're getting is very, very good. However, that card isn't out yet. So I'm actually interested in seeing what they are doing post Legacy of Destruction. It also says in the title that they're pairing it with Unchained cards, which we've seen in the past, but let's just check it out.
Brutal here at the Legacy of Destruction Regional. My goodness, of Fort Worth, Texas. 9 rounds of Swiss, 360 players with Whoa. Please introduce yourself to the world.
My name is Cody Thomaside. I did back-to-back tops in Dallas with 2 different decks, and played a new deck today. I went X1. Think I'm top 4. Not quite sure. Pairing's not posted yet.
Oh, yeah. X1, what deck, man?
Yubel.
What made you decide to use this deck post?
So, all the new cards were really crazy, and the guy right next to me convinced me, as well as Denny Vu told me to play it today. So I didn't do any testing with it. I just sleeved it up, wrote it up, and brought it today.
That's what's up. Any shout-outs before we begin?
Yes, I've got a few. First of all, shout-outs to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Thank you for dying for my sins and for the sins of mankind to get into heaven. Shout-outs to the boys I rode with, my special counsel, the man who really built the whole deck. He just showed me all the techs. Juan, the GOAT. Shout-outs to Justin for driving. That's all the boys, all the Oklahoma City boys. Denny Boo, Eric Bowie, if you know, you know. My parents for always being very supportive of me in the game, never telling me to quit, always telling me to keep going. And other than that, Portal for the profile.
There you go, sweet. Without further ado, please show us the top 8 goons.
All right, it is 42 cards, best number. We're gonna start out with the engine. It's 3 Samsara Lotus, 3 Spirit of Yubel, 2 regular Yubel, 1 Terra Incarnate. That's it for like, and then 3 of new Unchained Soul of Sharvara. This card is really the best card in the whole deck. Just a free extender. It's 2 bodies by itself. It can dodge Imperm on Spirit of Yubel. It's not during the main phase, the special, so you can do it in the battle phase to kill people and play around.
Okay, so the other ones they've been out already, right? That's Phantom Nightmare stuff. But this one is new. The only thing that I'm somewhat curious about is I've seen people play 1 Yubel most of the time, but okay.
Nib. Great extender all day. This gets every back row minus the field spell in the deck. This is just Lone Fire for Spirit of Yubel, and then sometimes the monster negate comes up if you whittle them down on resources. And then these are like the soft bricks in the deck. This is the really bad brick. This is like manageable, but it's still not ideal.
You play 2 Yubel, so you can have 1 in the graveyard or field, while the other one is under Varudras. Oh, okay. That could somewhat make sense, because you're talking... Varudras is the new rank 10, right? Which I assume... Like, that's one of the better cards for this deck as well. Like, it's not direct Yubel support, but like... Or Yubel support. In Germany, we call it Yubel, so my bad. Or I call it Jubel. I don't know if we do that. I don't want to speak for the entire nation of Germany. Maybe I'm the only one, but I used to always call it Jubel. Anyways, I'm yapping. The rank 10 is pretty good in this deck. It's the only deck I can think of. The only deck I can think of that can really play the rank 10 right now competitively somewhat. I don't know if another rank 10 deck really exists. Some people are going to be mad that I said that, but it's pretty huge for this deck. So if you always want to make it, that's the thing I don't know. If you make that guy and then it really sucks for you that 1 Yubel is under it, if that's a real problem, then I could see playing 2.
And that's it for the
double Empen makes it. Ah, I see. Okay.
The Monsters of the Yubel. For the supporting cast, it's 3 Dark Beckoning Beasts and the 1 Sharvara. It's the 4th copy of Gravescrummer. Spoilers, I am playing Yama in the deck. This card is fantastic. Just opening it by itself is Rage, Yama, and Escape back or Chamber set back row off of 1 card, or a Spicy Xyz monster that I put up in the deck to protect combos. I'll show that later. That's it for the engine monsters. For the engine spell cards is 3 Nightmare Throne, 1 Terraforming to go with the Nightmare Throne. This is the real reason I wanted to play the whole deck. It fixes so many core problems with the deck. The fact that it can just destroy from the deck if you need to get a free Yubel body on the board to just start putting the field up, to start extending. And then the fact that this can float into any of the Yubels.
The thing is, the thing that you have to understand about the new set, it's a very weird situation, because you would think, hey, they made all of the good cards low rarity. They put like 4 anime secret rares, like the King, the Sarcophagus archetype and all that, right? The problem with that is usually like the set still for vendors, it still costs the same as it does with other sets, right? For the most part. So something has to make their money back, right? Like if the set is just bad, then less of it is going to be opened, and then the supply is lower, and then the demand for the cards is very, very high. And so like even a card like Nightmare Throne, which if that card was in a complete banger set, like I don't know, like if that was in Phantom Nightmare, I don't think it would be as expensive as it is. Or like in I don't know, like Power of the Elements or something like that, right? Like it's just because the set is so like mid overall. It's like those cards are gonna go relatively, they have to carry the set basically.
By going a level up, adding it to your hand and summoning it, helps you kind of play into boards. The standard combo uses this effect as to put up 2 bodies to be able to go into Yama early. This field spell is fantastic. People had to read it, and people didn't know that it could summon from banishment, because I had a Melodious player try to banish my Terror out of graveyard, so I just added it back, summoned it. But this is the real reason I wanted to play the deck. This field spell is phenomenal, and this was an easy side out all day. For the rest of the engine spells, it's 3 Nightmare Pain, the real best card in the whole deck. Just diagram, pop a dark monster, search for a card that mentions Yubel. While it's on the board and you have a Yubel monster, your opponent is locked into attacking that Yubel monsters, and they take all the damage you take. So this is how you OTK people really, really quick. Because if they put up a 3k body, they're going to lose to 2 Yubel monsters. 2 Spirit Gates. You don't want to open this one. You really want to open Beckoning Beast, because this isn't 2 bodies by itself without playing a bad extra deck monster. 3 effects. Searches the Beckoning Beast. You can discard a card, summon a Fiend from the hand or from the graveyard with 0/0, so you can get all the Yubels and literally the everything else. And then the graveyard, the other effect is if you have a level 10 monster, you can add a continuous spell from your graveyard to your hand to just keep hand advantage for discards for Super Poly. Get back Nightmare Pains if they outed it early.
You see, a lot of these decks that I'm seeing in these spreadsheets and in these regionals sound very, very cool. This is specifically why I wish they did a little bit more to Snake Eye, just a little bit, right? Because I didn't want Snake Eye to completely disappear, but just a little bit, you know, just a little bit more, just to give them a little bit more of a chance, right? I mean, they're still performing, so I guess that's still cool to see. But I just wish it was a little bit more.
And I just got ogred like quite a few times today, and I don't know why. They didn't save it for Nightmare Pain. Mature Chronicle, this was Juan's main force to make me play the main inclusion for the main deck. This thing has 5 effects. It's very, very good. It's like kind of like Gateway of the 6, to where whenever you Yubel or a monster that mentions it is special summoned on either.
Okay, if this card is kind of like Gateway of the 6, which is one of the most broken archetype support cards I've ever seen, why is it a 1-of?
Field, I can put a counter on it. First counter is summon a Yubel from the graveyard. It has to be the regular Yubel. You can't summon like any of the other ones. The second one is remove 2, add a banish card from the banish pile to your hand. The third effect, banish a card from your deck. That never comes up. Removing 4 counters, non-targeting, destroy a card in the field, comes up against Melodious, which I played 2 today. And then searching Super Poly at number 5 made people play very strangely because they knew I had it. I loved this card. This card was beautiful. Helps you play through Nib very well. Also helps you put up the full board. And then the one eternal favorite, I sided it out every game. This card didn't really do anything for me. It's kind of just
That's a Super Poly, right?
there as a free search for Spirit during their turn. The one chamber for the Shavara, I misplayed against the Fire King Snake Eye deck. My only loss because I didn't Shavara set this to keep myself alive to make the Super Poly alive. Other than that, this card's fantastic. Just sometimes summoning Yama to get a card back to your hand to be able to keep playing for discards is good enough. The real best card in the whole deck. I was not going to play this today, and then he told me at like 3 in the morning, you're going to lose if you don't play Super Poly. he was right, so I played Super Poly, and this card was disgusting all day. I beat a Voiceless player in time because I Super Poly'd him on his turn to burn him with the yugioh fusion. Beats Voiceless, it beats Melodious really good. It helps you play into Branded really well too. Being able to search it, people are not ready.
The best card in the deck, number 3. I mean, hey, Yu-Gi-Oh players are not very articulate when it comes to deck profile, so it's fine. We'll let it slide. People love the phrases of best card in the deck, broken, and all that. Let him have it. He's still doing a good job at explaining it, so we'll forgive him. He'll get a best card pass
For that, so that's like a very greedy line, but it does do the job. And then for like the non-engine that are actual non-engines, 3 nib, snib's good. Sometimes it's good as a standalone, but oftentimes it's better with another hand trap. But there are a couple games where I nib somebody and they pass like a melody.
See, he starts with the generic phrase, but then he doesn't just go to the next card. He then continues with an actual explanation. What he should probably do is just cut out the first part, because you guys are just making fun of the first part. The explanation afterwards is actually okay, right? Like there's just no reason. He's just saying like nib because it's nib, and then actually explains it, right? Which is fine.
Players, because it's just a good hand trap. This was a gut decision. I played 3 Ogre today in the main. I was respecting Tenpai, the Mirror, more and Voiceless more than the other decks, so this comes up in the Mirror very well. You pop the Nightmare Pain.
This card, honestly, I could see Ghost Ogre making a comeback, like in this format. It seems pretty solid to me as well. The thing is, I think the big downside of this card is that it's pretty bad against Branded. I can't think of many things to Ogre against Branded. I think Cartesia is the only one that you could Ghost Ogre if they really want to go for Grand Guignol. That's like okay. Other than that, it's like, yeah, Quem maybe, right? You can never hit Branded Lost, unfortunately, because it's always going to be unable to be responded to. Whoever said Branded Lost, I knew you guys were going to say it. I said I tried to prevent you guys from saying it, but you guys said it anyways. My God. Anyways, card is pretty bad against Branded, and it's pretty it's mediocre against Snake Eyes. You can hit IP Masquerena with it. You can hit SP with it. You can hit Appaloosa with it, only if they don't make it with Masquerena. And it is pretty good if you have it together with Nibiru. That's the thing that people don't realize. If you have Ogre and Nibiru, you can just Nibiru them at some point and then just Ogre the field spell, and that's pretty good as well, right? So I think Ghost Ogre has its merits for this format. I think it's all right. You can hit Omega. You can hit Omega, yeah. If they don't have this pattern yet, then hitting Omega is also solid.
I Ogred plenty of Skull Guardians to force the ritual spell in the graveyard. Ogering Nightmare Pain helps you win that mirror match. Good hand trap. Not good against Brandon, but oh well. 3 Imperm, solid. And then my last 2 cards are just 2 talents in the main. Comes up, they're easy sides. I'm really happy with the main deck. 42 cards in the main. For the extra, the 1 Rage, standard. The SP Little Knight, standard.
Is Yubel the type of deck that is bricky and therefore wants to play 40, or is it the type of deck that plays some engine requirements and therefore wants to go over 40? What is it? Because I could definitely see like, hey, I don't want to draw Yubel, I don't want to draw Yubel 2, I don't want to draw whatever, you know, and that therefore I want to go over 40, but at the same both. See, that's the problem. That's the problem, because that is exactly what you don't want to be, right? You don't want to be a deck that is inconsistent, so it wants to play 40, but it also needs to play engine requirements, so it kind of wants to play more, because then you can't really do it right. That's literally the only thing about some of these decks that I see that I don't enjoy, right? Because I'm looking at this deck and it looks very cool, but I definitely know I wouldn't enjoy drawing some of those cards, and I hate when decks like that are when decks have that. It's just something I don't like, but it's fine in this deck. It's not like crazy with the bricks, but yeah. That was like the one thing that I didn't like about Unchained, for example, is the amount of cards you didn't want to see in your hand.
Where did it go? Muckraker, I used this card a lot today, just because, like my last round, I made Muckraker after I made a Yama, because I had the Nightmare Paint up, put up 2 Yubel names, crashed the Muckraker into his Dragostapelia, used Yama to summon a 3rd Yubel name and killed him. Good recursion. I made Dark like once today, does come up. Made this a lot today. It gets voiceless, because if you get the ritual spell out of the graveyard and you use this to make access code, they can't use the ritual spell to float into another one. Game card. There's only like one attribute that you can really use with this, so it's mainly just a Hail Mary. Apo, very good on the end board. I got even lead for 7 by Brandon, and I kept this, and he passed. The 2 Yamas. The fact that you can put this back in the extra deck with Mature Chronicle comes up a lot in the grind game. You never need the 3rd one. I didn't miss any of the links today. These were all fantastic. And then for the Exceeds, the new Baron. This thing is Baron plus Unchained Abomination on a stick. It's 3 effects. It needs 2 level 10s. Omni Negate by detaching a material. Then at the resolution of the chain, you can detach a material. Sorry, resolution of the effect, you can detach another material and non-target pop. At the start of the damage step, if this attacks a monster while it has materials, if it attacks while it has material, you non-target pop a card on the field. And if this sees summon card is destroyed, you can non-target pop. This is how you play through Melodious. This is targeting protection. This thing is a house. It's the only reason I would play this deck, because this Omni Negate is...
This card is crazy. The only thing that makes me not like mad that they printed this card is that I think 2 level 10s is much more reasonable than a level 10 synchro. Like the cost or the work you have to put into this card is, I think, what makes it okay. Like, I'm not a fan of Omni Negates in general, but if you're gonna make Omni Negates, I would much rather have them on cards like this one, or like maybe cards that are only to one specific archetype or whatever, than super generic stuff that is relatively easy to make, right? Like this card, if this was a level 10 synchro, I would hate it. I would hate it to death, because it would basically just replace Baron. But because it's a rank 10 Xyz, which literally, like, if you even want to call Yubel a meta deck, then that's the only meta deck that can summon it. And like some other, maybe it helps some rogue decks, but I think that's fine. I think the card is not too crazy. Until maybe at some point maybe there is going to be a deck that's going to abuse it. Maybe Yubel, with the new support that it still gets, is going to be like annoying and always making that and all that. Maybe I'll change my mind in a couple months when this card is always going to see play. I don't know what's going to happen, but for now, I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Baron in terms of its design, because I think it has a more steep cost attached to its effect. Like, I would say this card's effect is basically almost the same power level as Baron, because you get an Omni Negate with some bonuses. But this one is just harder to make, which makes it more reasonable in my opinion. It's also much harder to make this before you get hand trapped, right? Like the Baron, some decks would just make Baron before it was even correct to hand trap them. And this one is much more, like, much later down the line for most decks, right? Because you just don't put 2 level 10s up like instantly most of the time.
It's a clean board. I don't need to go anything else. This card's really good. This is my tech, Gin Buster. So if you have like Nightmare Throne or Nightmare Pain that you want to resolve, and you have the Beckoning Beast engine, a lot of times I'll go Beckoning, search Continuous, search another Beckoning, and then I'll extra normal. Make this so that way the Nightmare Pain resolves, or the Nightmare Throne. And it's a fiend, so if you need to, you can like Rage put it back, or it's a fiend, so you can special Squirmer with it while it's on the board. What did not regret this card today? I won a game in time because I burned him for 5 with it. Did not regret it today. For the fusions, it's literally 3 super targets. This is a good card. I love this card. I beat 2 players in time with this card today. You burn for 2k, which is a lot. Can't be shown by card effects, so that matters too. So I did it today where I Nightmare Pain popped it, and because it would mark it for destruction, I still got to search with it. Great. You can also summon it back once you properly fusion summon it. More burn damage, and then last two targets. This is how I've won against Fire King Snake Eye round 2 because I super polyed in both games, made this so his princess was alive. So I just called Dark, he couldn't do anything. And the side, I'm bad at side decks, so there's three cards in here that never mattered.
I didn't know you still search if you pop it. Well, apparently chat is saying that's not legal. Hold up, what did they say? I didn't catch that.
I still got to search with it. Where I Nightmare Pain popped it, and because it would mark it for destruction, I still got to search with it.
Okay, hold up. Let's investigate that thingy. That's Yugioh, the Loving Defender. Yugioh, the Loving Defender. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Okay, and then Nightmare... What was it? Nightmare Pain? During your main phase, you can destroy a dark monster in your hand or face-up field, and if you do... no, you can't. No, you cannot. If you try to pop... if you attempt to pop Yugioh, the Loving Defender, you can attempt it. You can... If your opponent goes... Summon Yugioh, the Loving Defender, and activate Nightmare Pain. Activate Nightmare Pain effect. Try to pop the Yugioh, the Loving Defender. They can do that, but then they can't search. You can attempt to destroy a monster with this that can't be destroyed, but because it says if you do, then you can't add. So yeah, that's a mistake. I don't think that comes up very often because most of the time you use this early on in the combo, right? And you pop something from your hand or field, like whatever. But yeah. Okay.
So there's three cards in here that never mattered. Ash for Branded Hates and weirdly good against Melodious because they have their own Branded Fusion. The Bestials, they're okay. They don't really do a lot against Melodious, but against Branded or the Mirror, they do kind of do the job if you know how to Bestial.
Why are we so focused on Melodious? Do we just hate Melodious? Or what?
Sorry about that. But brought them in just against those matchups. They're not really good at Ring into Fire anymore because the decks changed those pivot lines. 3 Droplet. This card was insane. I beat a Tenpai player under skill drain because he went to attack my Yama with a level 7 and I dropleted in damage step and he was out.
Because the deck is real, I guess. I mean, like, I'm not saying it isn't. I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about the Melodious cards yet. I've kind of been like, I've kind of not been looking at that. Because I just, I know we read the cards. I kind of remember what the new cards do. And I know that they have like their own branded fusion and all that. I was just kind of like, I'm in the position right now where I'm like, my nationals is still 1.5 months away. So I'm just kind of like gonna wait and see what people are gonna cook, right? Because I only plan to attend like some locals, maybe some regionals in the next couple weeks. So it's nothing too crazy. I'm not in a hurry to learn about everything. So I'm just like kind of see how it unfolds. And Melodious is one of the things that I haven't looked at in detail yet. But we'll see. What nationals? I'll be playing German nationals in June.
He was out of life at that point. Just played 3 back row hate cards. I never brought him in once today. They were there. Like, gotta respect Rogue.
Not good against Melodious though.
It's 3 skill drain. Tenpai can't play under it. A lot of decks can't play through it. You can keep floating with your guys. If you have Nightmare Pain, you can kill them through it. Sided in every game I went first. This is like the most sided card all day.
Okay, I mean, I think it's cool to see that Yugioh apparently already has the means to perform at regionals before it gets the new fusion monster. Really makes you think. Really makes you think that that deck might be a real threat when it gets the fusion support monster. Yeah. About skill drain, I from everything I've seen so far, guys, from everything I've seen after the new Forbidden Unlimited list, Skill Drain has literally 1-to-1 replaced Summon Limit. Which, on the one hand, is giga cringe. On the other hand, that makes me hopeful. Because if they thought last ban list that Summon Limit was bannable, I would be very, very surprised if they don't follow up with Skill Drain, right? And honestly, I've said this before, it's a process, right? Getting floodgates out of this game is a process. There's gonna be replacements for certain cards, and I think they're gonna keep working on it. We've only just started, right? Like they started 2 ban lists ago to remove floodgates from the game. They removed some of them, they put some of them to 1. People found some replacements in Summon Limit and a lot of anti-spell. They put those on the list now. Now they're gonna see more replacements. It's gonna take a while for the most cringe floodgates to leave the game or get limited, but I do believe it's gonna happen. I do believe it's gonna happen, and I think that's cool. All right, but it's also cool to see Yubel perform. Let me see if anything else here is... we have a Pearly that won a regional, but at the same time, I think Pearly is like, I mean, yeah, play a second Delicious. We're welcome. The same is true for Voiceless Voice. You're just gonna put in the Voiceless Trap. There's a Melodious. Okay. Let's look at Melodious.
So hey guys, top control regional, second place with Melodious. And I'll show you the deck profile real quick. Shout out to John. Shout out to the Melodious guy who made the spreadsheet. Check it out. And then shout out to my family. So yeah, for the main deck, super simple. Play 3 Refrain, best starter in the deck. Play 3 Couplet. Works.
So these are both new, right? I don't remember their exact effects, but I know that if you like fuse with them, they can place themselves into the pendulum zones from the extra deck, right? So like you set up scales after you fuse for free, something like that. They do some other stuff as well. I think this one is like a Rhoda on summon, like a Stratos basically.
Any Melodious monster, full combos. Always plays on Nib when you have Couplet plus a Melodious. Just check out the spreadsheet, it's actually insane. Then you play, it's 2 Soprano, because if one of them is banished, you have a second one in deck, and it comes up a lot. You play one Cannon. This one is mainly to make Babushka. This is a level 4, and it's the same thing. The effect is the same as Sonata's effect, which is when you have a Melodious, you can summon it for free. But this one's once per turn, and these ones aren't. I play only 2 copies because I want to save more slots in my deck to play non-engine. And then if we continue, I have 1 Aria and 1 Trapina. These are engine...
Dude, isn't there a Melodious that says if it's pendulum summoned, it can't be destroyed by battle and is unaffected by card effects? I remember people teching that in Pendulum back in the day. Is that Aria? Hold up. Aria the Melodious Diva. Oh, it's just targeting though. It's not unaffected. It's just targeting. Okay. Yeah, okay. Not as good, because I was about to say that card might be crazy against Yubel. Not Yubel, against Tenpai. But if it's only untargetable, then it still is like a Samurai Destroyer outset, right? Or yeah, okay, yeah.
Environments basically, and so you play them. This card's freaking broken, and this card is not bad. Draw.
Oh, thanks for the explanation.
Then you play 3 Ostinatos.
This card is fucking broken, and this card's not bad.
3 Pros. This card's insane. You can make some plays where you go activate it, you bait interruptions, and then they out your monster, and then you just activate another one. The combos with this are too crazy.
Wait, Ostinato is not once per turn? It's not once per turn. How? Bro, it's it's not once per turn branded fusion? Holy shit, why? Dude, you say old cards. You say old cards, but this card is from 2018. It's from 2018. Oh my god.
Breaks a lot of boards 1 second. Then after that, we have a non-engine. Oh, we have one copy of Concerto. You have searches of.
Have fun looking up the price of first movement solo, by the way. Hold up. Hold up. GG. GG. This is part of the reason why. This is part of the reason why I haven't looked at Melodious for like a remote duel stream yet, because I didn't want to pick up a playset of these for $100, dude. This is where literally we can't have nice things. Unironically, we can't have nice things because they made the Melodious cards like all low rarity. And it's still not budget because of that.
Of couplet, so engine requirement. Card's not bad. Then the best part about the deck is you have 17 hand traps.
Ooh,
I know it sounds a lot, but like this is so
The
good.
good part about the deck is that you have 17 hand traps. I would disagree. I would disagree about that statement. But anyways,
Right
move
now,
on.
I think Ash, Imperm, and then Ogre are good right now because Tempa Dragon is good. You can take Voice's Voice, which I played a lot of. It has a lot of applications, but since it's the beginning of the format, I don't even know like if this is gonna stick for later on.
Dude, this format is more like, what kind of engine do you play in your hand trap decks? You know, what like your... It's almost like the Melodious cards are the non-engine. The Snake Eye cards are the non-engine. You're just like, okay, everyone's playing a hand trap deck, and it's just about which non-engine do you play.
But it was pretty good. Joe was insane. Stops the crazy combo decks. 2 more Veilers because you had to fit something in for the last 2 slots, and then Orange Red obviously it's Gamma. Why don't you play Gamma? So that's for the main deck. It's 40 cards, super simple. For the extra deck, you play. For the Melodious cards, you play 2 Etoile. This is the bounce. This is the end board, the boss monster. This graveyard, this card has a graveyard effect. When it dies, you can summon a Melodious from deck or extra deck. Like people don't know it. It comes up so much. You can just go like when it dies, summon a copy of Bach, and then plus infinite off the 1 Bach. So then next you have 3 Bach. This card you need to play 3. Honestly, most of the time 2 come up, and then the 3rd one you can banish off Frost. But sometimes the 3rd one comes up. It's crazy. There are lines with this, like you can place it in defense position with like a Etoile and have a Babushka up, and you can still use this effect of Etoile because the effect isn't negated thanks to the Bach. So yeah, so that's the Melodious fusions. Moving on, we have 2 copies of Shuberta. DD Crow, you end with 2 in your combo, so you play 2. You only play 3, honestly. And you play 1 copy of Bloom. This is basically the anti-Tempai card. If they out this card, if they out the Etoile, you can summon this from the extra deck, and unless they have enough gas to bounce this with Moonlit, they can out this. After that, you play 1 Babushka, 1 Typhon. Typhon comes up in some grind scenarios. Babushka is good against Tempai, against fusion decks. You play 1 Moon to out the skill drains, the floods, everything. You play 1 SP. SP, good card. And then you play Haggard Lizardo, this card.
On SP, I'll allow it. I'll allow the very short explanation on SP. You're like, I'll play SP because it's SP. Yeah, that's actually that story checks out. You know, that's fair enough.
Is what it does basically is you can banish a monster for cost.
We do have to hurry a little bit because it's the last day of the month. We'll move on to Master Duel and play some Paleo soon.
Then
I mean, I just used the word hurry and Paleo in the same sentence. I take it back.
target a opponent monster, make it lose attack. That's irrelevant.
Lizard
And if you banish a reptile, which he is a reptile, you get to draw 1. So, since Melodious doesn't work when you have a monster on your board, you can clear it off with this, draw one for free, and then activate Ostinato, activate first movement, and just pop off. And then you play 2 copies of the Link, summon 2 from deck. What else do I have to say? Card's broken.
It does what?
Link, summon 2 from deck. What else do I have to say? Card's broken.
Okay.
For the side deck, we played kind of an interesting side deck, I think. We played 3 Nib. Obviously, Nib is really good. It's just not that good in the main deck because we don't want to clog our zones. Then we have 1 Veiler. It's the 3rd Veiler. Against certain matchups like Fire, you gotta put in the 3rd Veiler. You gotta stop them. Then we played, it's 3 Cosmic for the back row decks, for the Sun decks. Overall, it's pretty good. Going first, you can put it in versus decks that, like Voices. You can hit their blessings. And then for the rest, we put 2 Thrusts, 1 Talons, and then 5 Traps. So the theory behind this, me and my friend John, we decided this the morning of the regionals at like 2 a.m. Thrust is really good because going second, you have...
This could be another way to approach Tenpai Dragons. When you go first against them and you see that they play a lot of hand traps, you don't have to play 3 of the bad trap card. You can just play 1 with Thrust. That could also work.
So many good cards that you can search off Thrust, like Ostinato, mainly Ostinato, right? Unless if you're able to put this. Thrust is really good because going second, you have so many good cards that you can search off Thrust, like Ostinato, mainly Ostinato, right? Unless
that was funny. You have so many good cards you can search off Thrust, like Ostinato, and well, it's mainly Ostinato. I'm searching Ostinato.
If you're able to this, you can search talents, and going first versus Tenpai, you can set the traps that like FTK them. So when they shift to you, you can go Thrust, set the trap, and then you live for a turn, and then after that you just beat them. Thrust is really good for me. I activated once. I activated Ostinato. They negated it. I went Thrust another one, and then I just won. These are really good. I think these traps are probably the best. Barrier is really good against everything that isn't fire. And against fire, you just put in these 4, and it kind of works out because you have so many hand traps as well. And the 1 didn't work just for the 1 Tenpai. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the deck profile, and hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks.
No, I mean that seemed like a well-built deck. I'm gonna be honest with you, I ain't no Melodious expert, and I know if I will be one anytime soon, I'll probably have to take a more in-depth look at it before Nationals comes around. We can do that together on stream, probably. Hearing people call it Bach instead of Bach. I mean, we just call him Bach, right? It's yeah, I guess. Yeah. Bach. Bach is my favorite. Bach is my favorite. Okay. Is there anything crazy that I need to take a look at? So I saw Sprite, but then I saw Cybers. So I don't know if I want to. I kind of need to find out. I kind of want to hurry though. Oh, it's just Cyber's gadget in Sprite though, isn't it?
Yo, what's up guys? We're back with another deck profile. This is a 5th place finish at the Salem, Oregon Regional. I ended up playing Cyber Sprite. I'm going to do a full backstory on how I ended up on the deck, because it's not a very common build of Sprite, but I played at the Salem Regional.
I'm just speeding through this, not because I'm not interested, but because I want to play some Master Duel today as well.
He's right now because of Runic Stun. If they ban
Am I still here? Is my internet dead or is the video dead? Hold up. Okay, we're still here.
Guys, we're back with another deck profile.
Bro, what's with this deck profile?
I didn't play these. Going first, making your board basically indestructible. Playing the B-Root in the main deck, it makes it a lot... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, you have follow-up if you have to nib your own board. Because Toad can add back the Beaver if you're forced to nib yourself. Like, you go first, and your opponent just somehow plays through all your interruptions. So yeah, that was another reason. If I did not play the Frog package, I probably don't think I would have played nib. I probably would have played like a Fenrir's instead or something. Anyways, onto the Cyber stuff. We have 3 Cyber Gadgets, and we have 2 EMP Meow Mines. EMP Meow Mine being the card that I mentioned, I'll explain why it's pretty good and the applications it provides to the deck. Cyber Gadget, a lot of people don't even know what this is or what it does. It's when it's normal summon, target level 2 or lower monster graveyard, special summon and defense, but its effects are negated. Going first, there's a lot of lines where like if you open swap plus Angler,
Well, it's a high
swap
quality
plus Tutor,
camera.
and then the swap will
If you
dump
can
another
zoom
swap,
in
and then
so
you normal
fast.
this will revive that swap
Oh,
that's
well.
sent, and then you have access to your Toad. If you're going second and you open a Veiler, you can discard your Veiler to negate something, and then when it goes to your turn, you normally revive Veiler. So there's like a lot of like random little situations like that where that does come up. But the most important part of this effect is that when it leaves the field and it goes to the grave, you get a level 2 Cyber Gadget token, and that is full combo, which we will go over. Let's see here in a second. But then you play 3 starters. And Smashers, I opted for Smashers just because you can play it going first or second. Gamma Burst and Double Cross are kind of bricks if you don't open them like, Gamma Burst going first or Double Cross going second, they don't do anything. This can either be an interruption or help break boards. That's it for the main engine. For non-engine, we have 12 hand traps, which are just the most well-rounded and the one called by. Another card, same thought process as Smashers, going first.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just Sprite with hand traps and Cyber's Gadget. It's kind of cool, but nothing too crazy. Where's the Buster Blader deck? Is there a profile for that? Oh, Ben got second at Berlin Regional with Orchest. I'm waiting for that deck profile. We might check it out. I've already seen the list though. Where's the Greek Open? Not on here yet, is it? Paris, Berlin. Oh, here. Oh no, that's just Tenpai. But there's where's the Buster Blader? Here. Like that, it's yeah, that's all I have. That's all I have, guys. I not saying it's bad, I just don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Horus, Bestials, Dragon Link stuff, I get behind all that. I don't know why it's specifically the Buster Blader stuff is good. It's the Buster Blader stuff is basically trying to lock your opponent, right? If I remember anything about Buster Blader, it's about like turning your opponent's monsters into like dragons, and then you have something that negates all your opponent's dragons, right? Yeah, it's like change all dragons your opponent controls to defense. Also, dragon types in your opponent's position can't activate their effects. And then there is something that turns all of your opponent's monsters into dragons. I forgot what it was. This guy? No. While this card is equipped to a monster, your opponent cannot special summon from the extra deck. Ah, that's also cool. Is it this guy? The Synchro? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's the Synchro. It's Buster Dragon. Yeah. You summon Buster Dragon plus this. Okay. So I don't know exactly how it functions, but I know the goal of the deck, right? It's the Synchro and the Fusion together is basically skill drain. At which point, I mean, you could also play skill drain, you know what I mean? But anyways, it's cool to see a deck like that perform, even if the win condition is cringe. I still think it's cool to see that decks like that can perform. Because it does seem to be well built, you know? Like it's got like the ratios are solid and all that kind of stuff. It actually does look kind of based. I'm not sure why we're playing Karmic Cannon at 3 in the main deck. I guess it's a trap trick target, but you could be playing 2. But it's fine. I think it's mainly because the trap card seems to be really important because it lets you special the Buster Dragon from the extra deck. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, first week of Legacy of Destruction is well, it definitely happened. I think without a surprise, the biggest deal out of Legacy of Destruction is Tenpai Dragons. But there's some other stuff that we were able to highlight, so I thought that was cool. Today I learned about Runic Buster Blader. Maybe someday. Alright, let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Ourselves. Let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Ourselves. Where are we? We are in Master 3. 1 win away from Master 2. So in theory, we're just like 6 wins away from Master 1. Which in Paleozoic terms, that's about 10 hours. Now, we could do that. Maybe we can do that today. We might have enough time. Let me see if I want to make some adjustments to the deck, because we played it yesterday. I do want to keep the Elemental Burst. That seems very fun. You know what? Let's just play some games and see if we want to change something. When are you adding Diceit to the deck? Nah, that's not good. Is that a rollback target? Yeah, it's a rollback target. Okay, we don't want to draw Elemental Burst, but sure. Ooh, Patchwork. What is that? Like a branded or what? It's 40 cards with Patchwork. Oh, it's Chimera. Okay, dude, discard my Elemental Burst with Chimera, please. That matchup seems tough. They have so many cards. That seems like a tough matchup for us. I hope they discard Elemental Burst with the Chimera, though. Fusion decks are somewhat of a hard matchup regardless, because Karma Cannon is very bad against, well, like not very bad, but like Karma Cannon is way better against links than it is against fusions. But they also have the pop 2 with Chimera. Yeah, like the fact that you lose 1 card out of your hand and then they can Guardian Chimera to pop 2 of your set cards makes this matchup very, very hard. But that's okay. There's like, this deck has matchups that are just very, very hard for it. That's fine. That happens. He drew a good hand for sure. I mean, he drew Patchwork plus a 1-card starter, right? It's not like out of this world crazy. But it's a good hand, yeah. Blue Tux, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Appreciate the sub. Alright, grabs a backup Codal. Brings back Sword Knight. So they can do it all again on my turn. I think the most realistic... Oh, they summon another. Okay, did he make a Magnum? Or Magnus? I don't know what it's called. I think it's Magnum. They do. Okay. The Edge Imp. Oh, no. What? Oh, are they setting up like a floodgate with this? What do they do? Ah, okay. Dark Barrier statue. Okay. Cringe. All right, well. No, they didn't fall for it. Well, I'm not going to use my battle phase anyways. All right. That was very risky. If I actually had evenly, dude. So if they chain and bring out Dark Barrier statue here, then I can only... Yeah, they probably do that. It's more about what I mill than what I summon. I'm just hoping I can get a bunch of... like, basically, I need rollback. Okay, rise to full height. Oh, come on. Is Chimera Fusion is only during the main phase, right? So I could just set one, try to pass. If they go Guardian Chimera, pop that one. I can set Morella and send rollback. If they fall for it, if they don't fall for it, I die. Okay. They don't have a way to negate Morella, do they? Unless they have Ash, obviously. Can they Ash Morella? Yes, yes, they can. Well, we're still down a lot of cards, but Morganite is active. I'm really hoping to find... neither of these. Yeah. Balance isn't bad, but I have to live a turn, which means I have to be able to bring back a paleo. I'm not able to bring back a paleo. Yeah, they can Guardian Chimera me again if they play 2. But it's only pop 1. They play 2 to 3. Well, I've never seen anyone play 3. I could definitely think that they play 2. They do play 2. But like not 3, I don't think. Dude, how do you still have targets for all that? Mizo Astrum, thank you for the massive raid. Appreciate that. Okay, the Canada is not good. Okay, I mean, it's fine. I mean, fine. I find it hard to call this a fine situation. The problem is if they go for the Dark Barrier statue and I can't bring back Paleos, then I lose. Yeah. Because I can't bring back a Paleo to Rise to Full Hide it. Yeah, I lose to the Floodgate here. It's funny because I actually don't lose to the deck itself here. I lose because I can't bring back a Paleo under the statue. If I could, I would survive this turn. I could draw infinite with balance. Yeah. It's because they hit the Canada that I lose. Right? Yeah. Yeah. That was surprisingly winnable. That was surprisingly winnable if they don't hit the Canada. They have so many chain blocks, but not in the battle phase. They can't use the quick play fusion in the battle phase. Yeah, if the reasoning was a little bit better, maybe we had a better chance there, but fine. Love me some soldier dragons. I want to keep Dynamicious to discard my backjack. We milled a bunch of Paleos, a backjack, Rise to Full Height, both lost twins, no rollback, unfortunately. Okay. Trap Trick seems good. Snake eyes. Probably Maxi here. No Maxi. Chain Backjack, because I don't want to shuffle my deck. Oh, now what? If I just right click, I get the free summon? Oh my god, I'm so tilted. Well, this is so bad. Whatever, man. The most annoying thing is that I can't really chain my Paleos to my trap cards. That's what hurts the most right now. I don't really care about most of this. Okay, Kurikara just kills both my guys. That's not cool. Bonfire. Sure. Snake Eye Birch. Okay, so I could just Dynamishes this Snake Eye Ash. I can also Dynamishes the Flamberge when it comes out. That's fine. Do we rise to? I should have done rise to full height. Yeah, I should have. You're right. I forgot. Oak. I think I'll just Karma Cannon, and I think I'll bring back Paleos. Actually, Linkaribo kind of is annoying. Nah, let that happen. Are we winning? I think so, yeah. Fine. I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring back one anyways, but we'll see. It's funny because Snake Eye, the matchup is actually not that bad. I literally only care about the Maxi right now. The Maxi is kind of fucking me up. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. Probably gonna shuffle the deck with Karma with Trap Trick anyways. We can take that damage. That's fine. Maxi is necessary to keep top tier combo decks like Paleo in check. Exactly, you got it. I am literally one of the things that I am the most interested in this entire year of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is if they will ban Maxi in the OCG now that they've made the new hand trap. The next OCG ban list is the most interesting ban list I've ever seen. I will take 2 free Lost Twins. That is so nice of you. The card on top of my deck is rollback, right? I put Leoncoli at top and then rollback second. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. That gives me the option. I can backjack, that sets rollback, and then I can Olenoids my own rollback to get rollback in the graveyard because I have Elemental Burst. We should be pretty safe here. Okay. In before Duster, unironically, Duster doesn't do anything here. It must be Flamberge in hand, right? Yeah. Have you always enjoyed trap decks, or is it just Paleo? Well, I mean, there's been a long period in Yu-Gi-Oh where there wasn't such a thing as trap decks. But what I do enjoy is all the trap cards that are not floodgates, basically. Because trap cards are It's funny because trap cards are either the most interactive piece of the game or the least interactive piece of the game, and there's very rarely an in between. I feel like we're about to burst, by the way. Dude, whoever suggested Elemental Burst, I think that card is actually optimal in this deck. Like, I think you need that shit. The stuff we've been doing with that is crazy. It's so easy to set up. I don't remember who said that, but that shit's genius. This deck is so fun in Master Duel too, because you don't have to worry about the timer. Or like timeout, you know? Like that's genuinely the only thing I hate about it in paper. Not the Poplar. In defense. Okay. Nah, I don't want to deal with the field spell. That shit out of here. Would paper look much different? Feels like no matter what you're locked into playing. No, I played this deck in paper. And it also played way over 40. I played like 54 or something. Yeah. Look at us. Look at us. We have any more backjacks? We do have more backjacks. I feel like it's a good time. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't miscount. I feel like it's a good time to get the Link Karibo out of the graveyard. Because they have already used it, and I can also look at my top deck this way. They can't chain it now, it goes back. And I just send backjack. I can't set the card, but I can like see what I draw. You know what? Do I pick up a Soldier Dragon? Picking up Reasoning. Actually, no. Probably this. Like this. All right, pop off time. There has to be a way to kill here. There has to be a way to kill. Oppa. What do they have? Not Link Karibo anymore. They have to have a hand trap. Chain block me. I dare you. Outgrind runic decks? Only it's funny because elemental burst might be your answer, but that seems hard. No, we missed. How could you do this to me? Uh, 19, 33, 57. Not quite game, is it? 2 water monsters? Gigantic is game. I don't think I have a summon target for it anymore though. But probably still enough, right? I build another rollback. I'm the best. Uh, 46. I don't even need to pop it, right? 46 plus, yeah, 7,000. Oh no, it's exact lethal, not 7,000. You think this deck with an OTK line would be competitive on paper? I mean, it's already somewhat competitive on paper. It's just the problem is you always need to win game 1 and then you need to do cringe stuff after siding because you can never win multiple games in this in 45 minutes. Those are a lot of cards we don't want to draw, especially going second. That's concerning. Dude, bench! Oh my god, people are still playing that? Dude, you know what? I would just surrender. I would just surrender, but I refuse to do that against Super Heavy Samurai. So I'm going to the toilet and we'll try to beat that. Maybe we can resolve Elemental Burst somehow. What? How is it not my turn yet? How long have I been gone? Wait, am I being FTK'd? Sick. Ah, yes. How about a normal summon? Let's normal summon. Ninth Royalty, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the first time Prime subscription. It means we're growing the channel. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Remember, guys, the Prime is free and it helps the channel a lot. I always feel bad for saying that. Well, it is true. Is this winnable? It is winnable. Believe hard enough. Wait. Yeah, no. So how is it? This is like... Another 3k. How does it happen again? Oh, Zelantis, of course. Yeah. Sick game. I'm definitely losing the coin flips to the right decks today. Kexo Sisters. Okay. Can you show us this list? It's in the Discord. Exclamation mark Discord. There's a channel called Current Deck List. I'm pretty sure it's the same list as yesterday, and that one is in there. It's not that big of a deal if we don't make Master 1 today. It's okay. I didn't play much this month, so it's fine. I don't want to play something else right now. I'm just enjoying this way too much. And that's also important. We've got 2 hours, which if we get lucky, we can make it. But like, yeah, we'll see. Hey. I don't know how good this matchup is. It's like, if we had gone first, we would be clapping this matchup. Going second here, it's gonna be tough because they're gonna have some banishes for us. Soldier dragons would be kind of good in this matchup. Oh, it's fine. Definitely gonna lose some back row here, I think. It's always the middle. That's why I set the duplicate in the middle. Okay, just one. Okay, all right. The top was Lost Wind, right? Let's do this. Okay. So that means they're not going to banish with it. They're going to summon a Michaelis instead. Did you just touch the graveyard? Well, yeah, but if you banish as cost while they have no Exosisters, that's fine. It's not our day today. Time to change decks? Nah. It's fine. It happens. Okay. God Hand? It's not that good. It really isn't. Okay, well, that's fortunate. I think I just want 2 Paleos right now. Because I'm gonna hit them with the end phase trap trick. Okay. Is Eradicator good in this deck? Probably not. Maybe in the side deck if you are playing it in paper for some matchups, but you wouldn't main deck it in Master Duel, no. What were they playing? One, by the way. Why is everyone playing Duster, dude? The card's not even good. It's only good against me. It's good for... Yeah, it's good against Rescue Ace. This hand has like no defense outside of the Fiend Griefing. The question is, do I set the Elemental Burst? Because if I hit a Dynamicious with... I don't think I set it. Dude, I've drawn Elemental Burst more often than I've drawn Grass. How does that make sense? And I haven't drawn Desires at all. Seeking Apollo, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Conqueror, thank you for the 7 months. Dude, hey. Dude, I've had more success. They didn't have it. Okay. Well, okay. It's done. Okay. Ah, now I get backjack. Sick. Very, very happy about that. Cool. This game is free. It should be a good matchup, but my hand is very bad. I have one card right now against the D-Fissure. I have because the Fiend Griefing isn't going to be live. The backjack is dead and the burst is dead. I have one card. If I had another trap I could activate, I'd be fine because I could just probably make an Opabinia. But as long as they don't have a monster, I have time. I'm kind of missing the third trap Tantalizing Tune, I'm not gonna lie. Can you Leoncolia a backjack under Fissure? You can, but you don't get to look at the top 3. Because Leoncolia doesn't send the card to the graveyard, Leoncolia puts it back. So yes, you can do that, but I don't have a Leoncolia. Dude, how am I losing twice to stun with this deck? This should never lose to stun. I might as well. I can't believe they didn't have evenly, man. You can make some plays. I can, but it's not a lot. Okay. That's a jump scare. Are you playing around Mirror Force right now? Are you playing around Mirror Force right now? No way you're playing around Mirror Force right now. Mm. Yeah, there was no response window for evenly. Okay. That's unfortunate. The problem is I kind of feel like I have to do stuff here, because if they just normal summon another thing that doesn't let me chain Paleos, it's kind of bad. So I'm feeling like using stuff immediately. I can't get evenly anymore. Right, Geki now? That would be very unfortunate. Lava Golem? Lava Golem would also be bad, because I would probably die to it. What does Waboku achieve here? Well, I don't want him to be able to attack over my stuff. And if I use Trapchick first, I can't Waboku anymore. So I'm going to preemptively use it. Since I have two anyways. Oh yeah, they used the runic. They couldn't attack over it. That's true. But like, I still want the body. But yeah, I could have let, like, the thing is, it just exposed. Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't have brought back 3. Apparently. Yeah, the Waboku wasn't necessary. Yup, give me free real estate. Protect your cards. Protect your cards, Runic Stun, Andy. Do it. Protect them. Protect them with Hugin. Oh, game bugged. Are you going to take the holiday tomorrow off? I am, yes. Tomorrow is off day. But I have a challenger cup on Sunday, a big one, so you're going to get a big Sunday stream as well. Golem last card in hand, so be it, dude. If they have Golem, we die. Magulate. That's actually pretty bad, dude. I think we will just get locked into water. Keep water. Ooh, rise to full height. Those are the worst 2 cards in the entire deck, dude. What? Okay, there we go. Trap cards, wonderful. Turns out the Morganite actually wasn't Magulate. The Morganite was just on time. Do they realize my deck doesn't care about Messenger of Peace ever? I don't think they do. Problem is, I don't have another Leon Colia, and I don't have another rollback either. So I guess it's just this. Or that. That's probably that. More flexible. Dude. The messenger. Oh my god, man, stop! Please stop playing this game. You clearly don't want to play it. You clearly don't want to play the game. Why are you here? Get these shits out of my face. I can't believe it's finally over. Nice. Nice. This wasn't a game, this was a campaign. Yeah. Well, we did defeat the campaign. Messing with the wrong deck, dude. All right, 60 versus 60. You gotta love to see it. Okay. It's probably just set 3. Don't think we need double fiend griefing. If this is the mirror we bench, dude, if this is the mirror we pog. Branded. Okay. The good news is Fiend Griefing is really good against Branded. Other than that, Branded is a hard matchup, but this is not the best start for them. I mean, High Spirits with Baldrake is not the best, for sure. It's okay. Can't prevent the branded fusion though, don't think. Normal summon Cartesia. That lets them special this, right? That lets them special Kid. We banish it. I mean, they chain, right? If I just activate this, they just chain. It's not great. I don't think so. I don't think so. Kid can special if he has fusion in hand. Well, theoretically, we could have put that back into the deck with Fiend Griefing, right? Okay. So I guess the question here is, do we try to Fiend Grief the Albaz? I think the answer is no, because I don't actually care about Mirror Jade. Do I? I'd rather just Fiend Griefing whatever they send. Sure. Fine. Is Cartesia main phase only? Yeah. There's two options now. I could, if I try to Dynamicious the Albion, that's not great. But I could Fiend Grief the Lubellion. It's either the Lubellion or the Titaniclad. But like, I think I care more about the Albion. I don't really want the Albion to hit the graveyard, to be honest with you. I really don't want to deal with Branded Lost as well. I'll get rid of that. Okay. That's fine. It's slightly annoying because I was probably going to summon this Dynamicious this turn as well, and maybe still will. But it's okay. Hey, Karma Cannon's nice. I know what they're gonna try. They always do. That's that. Yeah. All right, main phase 3. They only get Titanic Clad and Brigand, so they summon Quem. Yeah, they summon Quem, which I can Dynamicious. Discard rollback. That's fine. And Brigand doesn't do anything, right? I guess they could summon out. No, they can't summon Albus. They just grab Mercurier, right? So okay. Get rid of the Quem. Pitch rollback. We're gonna draw Soldier Dragon. Yeah, we're vibing. Dude, we're gonna cook with the Zelantis line here. The Zelantis line is so good against Brandon. Do I just make Opabinia with the Soldier Dragon though? Probably. I mean, I also have, technically I have rollback Elemental Burst, but that's not better, right? There's no way that's better. This line is so sick, man. I could have attacked Well, I kind of didn't want to get even lead after I set the Fiend Griefing. I should have just attacked and then set it, but just in case. I don't think the damage matters. Are they banished face down? No, they face up. They face up. Cartesia. I know they have Merc in hand. That's fine. Branded opening. So that's gonna grab Aluber, which is fine. I think it's fine. Let's chain Morella. I want to set. I want to put Elemental Burst in the graveyard, just to have it ready. Branded in white? I'm not sure if they play that, do they? Opening has a protect. Yeah, that's why I'm sending it now, because I want to use it before they get fusion monsters. Did Josh show the Runic Lightsworn list? I showed it on stream yesterday. It's going to be on YouTube probably today. Just go !YouTube. It's going to be on the main channel. Going to be on the main channel. 60 cards usually plays white, but they only have one Albaz, so I just go Fiend Griefing that. Yeah, there's Branded in white. If I... What can they fuse even from the graveyard if they don't have Albaz? No. I don't think so. Okay, you just went to the battle phase, so you can't chain Cartesia anymore. So I'll just... Yeah. I don't even need to Aboku. Bursting! You can also banish from the graveyard if you use Fallen of Albaz. And you have one Fallen of Albaz. So if I take that one Fallen of Albaz, this should not do anything, right? If I didn't completely misread that card. Misread that card. Easiest rank up in my life. Why Vaboku over Threatening Roar? Because with Vaboku you can make Zeus on your own turn sometimes. I think that's relevant. Can you even use Threatening Roar on your own turn? I don't think you can, right? That's another big downside. I don't think you can. So that's another like big reason why you shouldn't. What if we don't get to Master 1 today? Well, the world will keep spinning. It's fine. We've had fun at the very least. Wait, oh, Vision resonated this card for furniture. That's cooking. Is this deck unbeatable? Yes. Yes, it is. Would you take Roar for Tenpai instead? Why not just Vaboku with him? It's fine. I don't think... The funny thing is, this deck, I don't think it can lose to Tenpai. I don't think it can lose to Tenpai. Okay, so they have both furnitures. And big welcome. That's concerning. Okay, Balance of Judgment might be able to get us out of this mess. Let's see if they fall for... Come on, man. As if. Yeah, okay. I was about to say. What are they doing? Are they thinking about popping their own big welcome with the fields? Dude, entering the battle phase is my favorite thing. People go crazy if you do that. Please pop, like, I don't actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you pop. They played around Balance of Judgment, actually. They played around Balance of Judgment by popping their own field spell. Don't let Hugo know. Yeah, I don't even know how it feels. Okay, that's good. That's good for us. Anyways, main phase 2. All right. It's still not a great position, but it's much better than before. Also, the fact that we queued into Labyrinth right now means we will never get to Master 1 today, because this is probably going to take like 30 minutes. Although virus income, yeah, if they play Eradicator, it's faster. If they play Eradicator, it's gonna be faster. But they didn't use a trap card here. That's good. Not if you elemental burst before it. Yeah, but I can't, right? If they said Eradicator here, I'm pretty sure we just lose to it. They shouldn't be playing it in Master Duel at the moment, especially if they want to fit all the... Yeah, okay. Especially if they want to fit all the Crimson Gaia stuff. Like, there's no way they should be on that card. Well, you never know when it's Master Duel, right? Luke Tyler, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I shall Fiend Grief this guy. And then... Sure. That's a valuable chain block that they could have used later on. Okay. Now, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, obviously. I hope they don't pop the second balance. Actually, I can roll back it, worst case. Because this Balance of Judgment is about to go in. It's always the middle. Fine for now. Ooh, Soul Resonator as well. So this locks you into Dark Synchros. Chaos Angel is a Dark, so they can make Chaos Angel. Let's Do this. Do this. Dude, I really hope they don't have Ash for the balance. Guess we can try to bait it. World champ diff. 9, draw 6. Or 8. Draw 8. Oh, 7, not 8. The fact that they top decked Ash, by the way, is crazy. That's the best Chaos Angel I've ever seen in my life. Try again. Yup. Again. No? Okay. Ah. Dude, I can't believe how unlucky I am. 2 out of my 8 cards in hand are time-tiering Morganites. Anyways, grass. Dude, can I mill transaction rollback and elemental burst? No, I didn't. I milled 2 rollbacks, but no burst. That's so unfortunate. Do I have a Morella? Not even a Morella! God damn it. A trap trick? Okay, I do have a trap trick. Wait. You can banish this card, this card. This card, that's so trash. Next turn I can burst. It's probably not even worth to commit like an exceed into the back row. Even though like Leoncolia, Opabinia is kind of nice here because I can activate the traps from my hand and I can chain to his traps or their traps. But it might not be worth it. Actually, Opabinia might be worth it. Big welcome. Stop from thinking for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Imagine the opponent activates their own rollback on your burst. Oh, right, they could do that. Yo! Please don't do that. Monka Christ. Yeah, that's scary. Yeah. I feel like I can commit an Animal Lockerist. I don't know. I don't want to go Opabinia anymore. But I have so many Paleos in the grave. This is fine. Okay, we can burst. I don't know if people realize what this does, right? People see it, but then at the same time, they don't see it, right? They have a soul resonator, it protects. If a card you control would be destroyed by card effect while you control a red dragon, archfiend, or a synchro monster that mentions it, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. So we're just like not reading cards, are we? Probably middle is always. Theo is always the middle, dude. They still have a lot of cards. Tommaso, as much as I appreciate the 9 months, you deserve all the hugs you in the world for that. Taylor Matt, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Dude, how many welcome labs? They're playing 3. It's still a little bit of a stare down situation. Because if I go Lee and Colia now, okay, oh man, they got burst on. That's crazy. Broken hand going first. Going second, we'll have to see. Okay, another lab. Uh-oh. Let's hope this one doesn't play Eradicator. Or let's hope they like shotgun Eradicator for spells. That'd be very funny. Oh yeah, they're going off. Dude, 1 Ash and they die. Like, into oblivion. Oh, they discarded an Ash. Okay, that's good for us. I hope the last card in hand is like Maxi, and they decided to keep Maxi over Ash, which is normally correct, but in this matchup, it's not. Better. I hope I lose a Paleo, and not one of the other two. Like, 60% Paleo here. Their hand is completely custom. Nice. It's probably my best Paleo, but I'll take it. Okay, so Welcome Lab, Chandelier, and 1 unknown that I would guess is Maxi or another Ash. And they make... Oh, okay. Nice. Alright, alright. Some Unchained stuff. That's decent. At the same time, the Unchained cards are not very good against Paleos. Wait, didn't they have... Oh no, they only had 1 furniture. Never mind. And they have Escape. Okay, that is decent to pop one of my cards. Oh, it's not Maxi. Okay, not a hand trap. Morganite. Decent in this matchup because it's going to be slow. Don't want the Morganite to get sniped, so I'll activate that. Let's get some Trap cards in the graveyard, shall we? 2 more Paleos. Okay, wonderful. Well, maybe I should have baited battle phase again. I forgot this time, but I still could. Maybe they think I'll crash and then evenly. Probably not. There's no way they take that bait. Yeah. Do I set Dynamicious even? I don't really want to lose the other 2, so I might set the Dynamicious just because of that. Why go battle anyways? Why not? I don't need it. No reason to. Save it. It's always the middle dude. That's fine. This one we might lose simply because we can't get setup going. Like, we don't have any setup. We have to, like, stall. The thing is, we don't really have the tools to stall either. But we'll see. It depends on which of the 2 they hit. I'd prefer if they hit Olinoids, but... this one is tough. Because their opener is crazy. Their opener is way too fast. Yeah. We needed, like, access to rollback, maybe. Like, in a way where they maybe they pop my rollback or something like that. Or, like, milling somehow. Like, reasoning or grass. Desires would have helped. But, yeah. This game... Dude, stop, dude! How many activations in the end phase was that? At least 10. I think it was more than 10. The fuck? Not even done. What was this the Ruma Karma Cannon supposed to do? Now all my Paleos go back to the graveyard. I feel like that gave me a chance, if anything. Wanted to chain Lady, probably? Well, yeah, don't know how it works, apparently. Okay, well, we don't die. Okay. I don't know what exactly they are cooking. I have to be honest with you. I think they are trying to chain the lady to something, not realizing that that's not going to work as long as I have Paleos in the graveyard, which now I'm out of Paleos. Unless they pop my card in hand, which I think they will. It really is crazy how much this deck does when you just let it, you know, like, because I don't have anything to stop it. And one Ash would have literally stopped every single bit of this. One Ash and none of this happens. Does this list play Ash? No, this deck doesn't. No. I need to draw Reasoning or Grass. If I do draw Reasoning or Grass, there's a chance. And then I need to mill Crazy. Khan's opponent has Ash, 110%. We know their hand, it's 0. But nice try at being funny. Balance of Judgment somehow would also be sick. I don't know how we would resolve it. I guess we would have to mill it as well. But we could also, like, drawing rollback and then they pop it is also a way we can win. Right? Like, if they pop my rollback, that's a way I win. But I don't have a good trap at the moment for it. So if they didn't prosper, I would have just died. They did prosper. Right. Dude, they have no fear. That's crazy. Do these make me survive? I don't think they do. Unless they misplay. Because I'm gonna bring back a Paleo here. They pop it with this. And then if they just don't activate another trap card, which is the smart thing to do, then I die. Because I don't have anything to rise. Unless they go... Okay. They can still use Big Welcome on it though. From the graveyard. I think we live another turn. Dude, I'm holding you guys hostage for as long as I want. It's still not winnable at this point. Like, without insane top decks. Even if I live another turn, it's not winnable right now. I still need, like, crazy top decks. But it's funny how if I can elemental burst... Why are you triggering that? If I can elemental burst once, maybe there's a way. Oh, my headphones died again. Okay, they have no big welcome in the graveyard. End of the main phase. Battle phase. Okay. Hostage! What's the graveyard effect of Rise? It's the graveyard effect of Rise is that you banish it, target one of your monsters, and then for the rest of the turn, your opponent can only attack that monster. And if it's gone, they can't attack anymore at all. You would think at some point I can draw... Oh, now they do it. Okay. It's my only paleo, though. Oh, it's my only paleo, man. Yeah, there's no point. Now they chain, though. Oh, they didn't chain. Please hit the Rise. Once again, if they're smart, we die pretty much every time here. If they just pop the paleo with the labyrinth. Now, I can only like Fiend Griefing for Backjack if they don't have Ash. I can hit Vaboku. That's the only thing I can do. I'm out of paleos is the problem. I should have been out of paleos like ages ago, but... Oh, okay. I lose to that. Okay. Congratulations, you figured it out. You needed me to be the most unlucky person on the planet to win, but that's fine, because that happened. Is Aegis the Lightsworn trap you talked about in the profile? It's if that's from the newest set, then yes. Hold up. Lightsworn Aegis. Yes, that's the one. Come on. Ha! Backjack! Save me, Backjack! Save me! Karma Cannon! Trap trick! Let's go. Do I just Karma Cannon those two? Because I can't Karma Cannon Isolt, can I? I think I will. You can't Karma Cannon Isolt, that's why. Yeah. Bop. Backjack! Let's go. Okay. We're gonna set 4. I don't think we set rollback. And then we probably shotgun Morella to have a paleo in the grave from the get-go. Maybe should have entered battle phase. In this situation, I don't think there is anything that they would use. Why not nest first? I guess, yeah, I could have nested first. But like, nest isn't the guaranteed paleo, whereas Morella is, but you're probably right. Okay, so now that there's 3 monsters on the board, I can actually just Karma Cannon the Isolt, so that's nice. They should have just flipped and made Isolt first, I think. Turpin. If you control a monster equipped, you can summon it from the graveyard. That's fine. Oh, they can just leave it face down. That works too. Yeah. Yeah, let them search and then I'll see what the Needlebug Nest gives me. I might just trap trick for Dynamicious. Okay. If I trap trick for Dynamicious, I still have a Karma Cannon. That should be fine. Can't you summon back a Paleo and then Karma Cannon? I could also do that. But then the Paleo is set and gets run over by the Aqua Dolphin if they want to. I don't mind using Dynamicious here and saving the Karmic Cannon for later. Because it also gets another rollback in the graveyard. Wouldn't it be better to just negate it with Lost Wind? You could use Lost Wind here. I think getting rid of it is good though. Now that I've done this, I realized I could have Morella'd for Elemental Burst instead, because now I have 2 rollbacks, which is good for follow-up. I am not unhappy about having 2 rollbacks, because it guarantees that I play next turn. But this guarantees that they have to commit another card into my Karmic Cannon, because the Paleos are in attack position, they are bigger than the Aqua Dolphin if they flip it. So they can't threaten anything without committing another card. And they couldn't play through Karmic Cannon last turn, and they've already normal summoned this turn. So even if they drew an extender and I Karmic Cannon that, then it still shouldn't be able to play. This Canadia is steering right now? It is. It do be steering. Okay, they equip to this. I guess this works, right? They equip to this and then they use Turpin. Yeah, so I probably just Karmic Cannon here. Do you think this Paleo deck would be a fun mirror match? It's fun if one of for the one that knows how to play it, it's fun. For if one of them doesn't know what to do, then it's fun for the other guy. If both know what they do, then it's kind of it's still all right, but yeah. Set is probably called by. Most likely, I would guess. One Leon Colia is here. Fine. It is a different game. Go with the triple Morella, dude. Threatening aura. Threatening aura. Bop. What's the defense on Aqua Dolphin? Asking for a friend. 800. Actually correct BM, by the way, because I want a Zeus. Dude, it's so funny that they lost because they used Dolphin, man. It's the funniest thing that's happened today, probably. Dude, I can't believe the backjack got us out of that situation. Did you notice that we lost every coin flip to every degenerate combo deck today? Every single one of them. The FTK Snake Eye, whatever. What does the Arabesque do there? What? Oh, homie as well. Okay. Today I learned that cook spells work like continuous. Yup, they do. Sure. What's that supposed to do again? I just book it? I'll just book it. Beep. Good thing I responded to the effect and not to the activation, because now they can't use it anymore. F. That's unfortunate. I've never been. I am. It's a disaster. I could burst, but this is technically better. Dude, scoop! Mikanko players, man. He's still dead! Main phase 2! Yep. Rondo. I'm bursting. If this card is equipped, can't be destroyed by battle. So I need to use this, right? I think I should have bursted first last turn. Why not just pop the Mikanko? Oh, can it be destroyed? Oh, it could. I didn't realize. Well, it wasn't game anyways. Fine. Ogier protects it. Oh, okay. So you're the liar. Okay. Oh man. I can't believe Backjack saved me from that. Man, dude, I enjoyed this deck so much. It's so funny. It's so funny. All right, guys, we didn't quite make it to Master 1. We didn't quite make it to Master 1. We don't have time for one more. I'm not going to be live tomorrow, unfortunately, because tomorrow is a holiday in Germany. I don't know if it is around the world. I'm not quite sure, but it is in Germany, and I want to spend it with my fiance. So I'll see you guys in 2 days, hopefully. If you enjoyed the stream, obviously, make sure to follow. I'll make up for the stream tomorrow because there's going to be a Challenger Cup stream on Sunday. If you are interested in joining that one, make sure to sign up for it. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. I'll send you guys over to MBT. And thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the subs, all the follows, all the good stuff as usual. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.